People can surprise you. The strong can cower. The weak can have the heart of a lion. When true survival is at stake, there is no better time to see a person's worth than in the moments leading up to what could be the continuation or end of their life or those whom they care for. Chapter 1. Mike, 7 a.m., Ankeny, Iowa. Emily did her best to try and let her husband, Mike, sleep, but there was a tinge of annoyance that he got to sleep in until 7, and literally just had to walk the kids out to the elementary bus at the corner, and then could go back in the house, drink his coffee slowly, and enjoy his day. It wasn't fair that he got to have the stomach flu. She debated that maybe she'd call in sick, but who was she kidding? She had projects and deadlines, and knew if she stayed home, Mike would make her sick too. Having 2 children meant at least one adult needed to be healthy if they were going to have a fighting chance, else they would be outnumbered. The project she was working on wouldn't see the light of day for another 6 months, but if she didn't go to work, she wouldn't have any hope of having any real time off for the foreseeable future. She watched her husband sleeping, his chest rising slowly, and decided when the weekend came, he would get the honor bestowed upon him to go and deal with the kids. He wouldn't care, because he was rarely a guy who slept in. Most days he got up early to work on his projects before he went to work, because he was crazy, or because he loved his family more than his sleep and wanted to provide a life that was better than a guy who didn't have more than a sad year of college to show for his education. All of this was on the off chance that he was done with the violent sickness he was dealing with at the moment. There were 3 different strains going around, she thought, and she prayed he had the quicker of them. Although with the horrific noises coming out of the bathroom, she wondered at times if maybe he had all 3 of them. Emily crawled into bed for only a second, leaning just far enough to give his bald head a kiss, and headed out to the hallway. Harley, who she could only tell was awake by the wagging tail, was waiting for her invitation to head downstairs with her favorite person in the world. Harley tore around the corner. She was a lab, who ate enough for 2 and had 2 patches of black fur over each of her eyes, black ears, and a spot on her butt. Emily watched as the dog raced for the kitchen. Both kids had already gotten dressed and headed downstairs, and were going to town on their Pop-Tarts. She smiled, happy that their legs still had a little under a foot before their feet would be able to touch the floor while they ate. Emily looked at the family wall portrait. Her oldest son, Tony, who was 6 feet tall, towering over her by more than half a foot. They'd had him when the 2 of them had nothing, but because of that, she thought, it made her take time to appreciate the children at the table all that much more. She was sure that the children, who were a beautiful mixture of looks between the 2 of them, were still little enough to be cuddled. It saddened her to think one day they would be the big kids and her son would be able to wrap his arms around her and be taller than her just like his idol Tony already was. The 2 of them were laughing hysterically, with red cherry and bread mixed together falling out of their mouths. Harley was on the floor growling at the old man of the family, Rusty the Wonder Dog. He was going to town beneath Lily, who was famous for the best spot in the house for food. Emily wanted to make sure their laughing was for the good of evil. "Hey kids, what's so funny?" Lily laughed, and Jake threw his hands up in the air, waving his head as well, and yelled, "Grandma Evans said I'm a coconut head." "What did she call you?" "Grandma Diane called me a coconut head." "Why?" Jake, the 12-year-old, shrugged, and his sister Lily laughed so hard that milk shot out of her nose. Emily took a towel to the 10-year-old and wiped at her cherry-wet milk face mess. Lily couldn't stop laughing, and Emily bent down, giving her a kiss on the forehead. When her face was less scary-looking, Emily looked up at her son, who had one eyebrow hunched up, looking hauntingly like The Rock. He held her gaze, fighting the corners of his mouth from breaking out into a smile. When he couldn't hold it any longer, he said, "Grandma Evans called me a coconut head." With that, he fell off his seat by the table, holding his belly, erupting in a fit of laughter. Emily bent down on the ground, giving him a kiss on the forehead. I need to get to work. I'm going to let Harley and Rusty out before I go. When the timer on the microwave goes off, can you get your dad up? The kids gave a thumbs up, and Lily said, You better get Rusty Dog out or he's gonna pee on the floor, Mom. Rusty, the little orange and tiger-striped dog, was doing his I gotta pee and poo dance by the door. She grabbed his collar, letting Harley, who wouldn't leave the backyard for anything unless the neighbor men and women were out, follow. She hooked Rusty up on his leash and let him run out into the backyard. The old beagle had a few years left at best, they hoped, and as he ran, he squeaked. He was too old to use his hips and leg muscles without letting some farts make their way out. The kids, of course, erupted in a fit of laughter. Emily checked their backpacks, making sure their planners were signed and that they literally just needed their dad to walk them down to the stop. Emily looked around, making sure she had everything she needed. There was something she was forgetting, because that was a mother's life, taking care of yourself last. You guys be good for Dad. He still feels horrible. I think he was puking in the bathroom almost the entire night. Wow, that's really gross, Jake said. I got to listen to it all night. It made me want to puke a little too. I'm glad that I got all of us a flu shot. Lily questioned, Why didn't Dad get one again? Oh, because he is a 35-year-old toddler who decided to take 4 hours of sick time in October, and instead of going to see Dr. Kopp, he went out on a 4-hour motorcycle ride with Michael next door, which is probably why he's as sick as a dog. Michael is lucky he hasn't gotten it too. Yeah, but couldn't McKenzie take care of him? You know, because she's a nurse, Lily said. He was supposed to go to the doctor that day too, and with baby Marin he probably should have. Do you want me to stay home and take care of Dad? Lilybell, you have school. Mrs. Campoff would miss you if you didn't come in today, wouldn't she? Jake cut Lily off before she could respond. Yeah, because she's like a suck-up. I'm sorry that I like to read, Jacob. It isn't my fault. I mean, sorry. Books are better than Minecraft. Minecraft is awesome, Lillian. Emily caught Rusty by his collar, undoing the hook so he didn't choke himself out once he ran for the couch. She patted him on the rear and then gave both kids another quick kiss. You are both awesome. Here, let me put some tea tree oil on your heads. The last thing we want to do is have another bout of head lice. I hate bugs, and we have all the laundry we need already. I love our laundry, Mom. It makes the best pile of clothes to jump on. Just let me put this on, and don't forget to get your dad up. I don't like you two walking down to the bus stop by yourselves. We aren't babies, Mom, Lily explained. Unfortunately for you, you are always going to be my babies. I love you guys. You have a good day at school, and remember, no TV this morning. Jake, you make sure that the two of you are ready for school when that timer goes off. Any questions? Jake raised his hand in the air. Emily nodded, and Jake asked, What's for supper tonight? Lily has fencing, and you have soccer, so we are doing pizza. Lily raised her hand and joined Jake. Jake kept his up, and Emily nodded. Are we going to do Little Caesar's pizza? Nothing but the best for you two kids. Don't forget to get your dad up when the timer goes off. Just make sure that you pay attention to the timer. If you miss the bus and he has to drive you up to school, he's going to be very unpleasant. Lily gave a thumbs up as she finished off her Pop-Tart and started to chug her juice box. You can count on me, Mom. I'm going to make sure he's awake so we don't get in trouble at school. Emily said, I'll call you to check and see that you made it on the bus. Or I guess I'll call your dad. Mom, you know, if you got me a new fancier cell phone that I could download apps on and not just have one to, call people and get texts, they have a sale on... Emily killed his comment before he had a chance to start it. Every spoiled brat at Ankeny had a cell phone. Most of them, she'd seen from school events, were nicer than her own. The spoiled children had Apple phones, which was one brand she'd never had the chance to have for herself. They weren't poor, she knew, but the idea of getting Mike to splurge $1,000 on a phone was slim. He would lose his shit for sure. Emily took a look around and did the sign of the cross that Mike would get up, get them on the bus, and get himself enough rest so that he could get over this crap and get himself back to work and feel better by the weekend. Chapter 2. The two kids gave it a 30 count after the garage door opened and closed. Jake ran to the window. Harley, as usual, was already sitting up next to the window. Her white snout had the curtains moved out of the way, and she was watching her mom drive away. The two watched as the white Ford Escape disappeared down the street. Lily looked at Jake, who was already thinking what she was going to say. "Does Dad have any of my Girl Scout cookies left in his secret hiding spot?" "No more than 2 or 3 cases, I bet. He's your best customer. I don't know anyone who likes to eat cookies at night as much as Dad does." "I don't know. Grandpa Denny sure likes to eat some cookies at night as long as he gets his shot first." "Lily, Grandpa Denny isn't here right now, and if we don't get moving, we aren't going to have time to get cookies before we need to get Dad up. Why are we still talking?" Jake didn't respond. He understood the severity and importance of a few Thin Mint cookies before they had to wake him up. If they planned it just right, they could get a ton of cookies, and from there they could get their teeth brushed and the evidence would go down the bathroom drain. Jake jumped up to the counter, pulling himself up, and crawled up atop of the fridge. He opened the small door that his dad didn't think he knew about or that he could reach. Of course, he was wrong. Jake opened it, his eyes growing large and bright as the beautiful sight of boxes representing every color Girl Scout cookie that money could buy sitting in front of him. He said, "What kind do you want?" "I don't know, but let's start with the s'more cookies. I love marshmallows, like, a lot." Jake pulled the brown package out and dropped it out into her hands, already outstretched and ready. She took them, running back to the table where she pulled out the entire package and began inhaling the cookies, one after another. Jake grabbed the Thin Mints and tossed them down on the counter and didn't even waste time with getting to the table. He took 5 Thin Mints and started eating them 2 at a time. They knew that they were playing with fire, eating their dad's cookies. However, they almost never got the opportunity to be unparented at their ages, and this was like Christmas for their mouths. When the timer went off, the two of them looked at each other, faces covered with cookie evidence, and that "oh shit" feeling raced through their tiny bodies. Jake chewed with a purpose, getting it down, and chugged the milk that was left from breakfast. Lily and Jake ran up the steps, pausing at the door. The two of them knew that their dad was a fist thrower when he was touched in his sleep. He was just like his dad, jumpy all the time. Mike was just a bit less jumpy, mostly because of his anxiety meds, which helped calm him out. Lily and Jake looked at each other, saying, "Not it," at the same time, and "Jinx! Jinx blackout!" They immediately held out their palms for rock, paper, scissors. Lily whispered, "Best out of 3. 1, 2, 3, double rocks. 1, 2, 3, double scissors. 1, 2, 3, double rocks." If the two kids were allowed to curse, they'd have been doing it right now. Lily and Jake stared at each other, deadlocked, both intent on not being the one to do it. Lily said, "You are older. You have to wake him up. I'm older, and that means you need to listen to me. If you don't, I'm going to tell Mom about your cookies. If you tell Mom about my cookies, I'll tell her about your cookies." The siblings stood in stalemate. Each of them were trying to figure out what and how to do it. There wasn't a solution to this, which either of them liked the idea of. Lily sat for just another minute before the solution came to her. She whispered down the stairs, feeling guilty before it ever happened. Lily called for Harley, because Rusty was too fat and old to make it up onto their king-size bed. Lily sat on her knees, pretending to have something in her hand, and when Harley rounded the corner, she pretended to toss a treat onto her parents' bed. Harley was not bashful, and she lived for belly rubs and food. Always food. This was a case where she thought she would get food. She leapt into the bed, not considering the fact that Mike was still in bed. He usually left at 6 in the morning. This was not a normal day, and she realized the error in her ways mid-jump when she saw Mike with a light sweat and a horrible-sounding wheeze coming from his mouth. The dog looked like a cartoon character attempting to change her direction mid-air, attempting to stop and go another way. Harley landed square on Mike's stomach with her front 2 paws, and her rear paws landed on her dad's balls. Mike tried to scream, but the pain thriving in his testicles and the worst feeling of soreness from a night of dry heaving was an unimaginable Molotov cocktail of pain exploding from his nether regions and his ab muscles, which were hiding well underneath a small layer of fat. He tried to sit up, but realized the benefits from it were greatly outweighing the pain. Harley absolutely saw the error of her ways. She dropped to the bed and army-crawled off of it, almost looking like a snake slithering away. Mike waited a minute before he sat up and then moaned as he rose. The 2 kids had a nervous energy, and they walked around the corner like they hadn't been waiting for the dog to do the dirty work. Harley came sprinting past the 2 kids and raced down the carpeted steps. Jake, without much believability, said, "Hey, Dad, we're just coming to get you up. You feeling any better? You still look like crap." Mike was going to answer, but Lily said, "Yeah, he does. I'm glad I don't look like Dad. He doesn't look very good. Are you gonna live, Dad?" Mike collapsed back into the bed, his abs and balls still pulsating. He thought they were probably 40 or 50 times their normal size, because he was pretty sure that they were in his throat. Jake said, "Our bus is coming soon, Dad, and Mom said to wake you up, but it looks like Harley beat us to it." Mike didn't say anything. He just held up his index finger, and Jake stopped immediately. It was quite apparent that they needed to give their dad just a second to collect his thoughts. He pulled the blankets back, slowly reaching around on the floor for a pair of shorts, and grabbed a wrinkled Spider-Man shirt from the floor, getting up slowly and wobbling at first. This wasn't going to be a pleasant experience. He kept a hand on the bed, walking slow. Both kids kept an eye on him, and both looked extremely nervous. Mike got up to the steps, looking down, and felt his world begin to spin, something he'd experienced a lot of over the last few days. They looked like they were a mile long. Jake and Lily both stayed where they were. The Evans household was for sure not one that was friendly to germs. Mike had a running joke each time a kid sneezed or coughed about, "Bless you, don't get sick," to which both kids would always say, "It is just a sneeze, Dad." If it wasn't for the intense fevers that the children had when they were just little kids, then Mike probably wouldn't be so diehard about trying to keep the 2 of them healthy. Mike wiped the sweat from his palms and put a shaky foot on the first stair, testing his knees and leg muscles to make sure everyone was going to get along and work as a team. He started to take the steps slowly, counting all 16 of them, and feeling quite lucky to not have tripped and died on them. The alarm for the bus was going off outside, and they had a phone bus tracker app that told them when the bus was close. It was something to make sure the parents of Ankeny could get their kids to school on time. Jake held the door open, backpack in hand, and Lily ran out, jumping in the air off the 2 brick steps, doing a flying sidekick. The kids had been enrolled with Mike for Taekwondo for the last few years, and any opportunity they had, they used it. She landed, never slowing down, and ran halfway down the sidewalk before he was even out the door. Jake looked like he was doing the pee-pee dance. "Do you need to drain one off? I don't know if I can drive you if you are late." "I don't have to pee, but you're going to make me late." Mike wasn't any better when he was running late, and knew it drove his son towards the brink of insanity. He put a hand on the screen door's handle, keeping his balance, and motioned for Jake to run off. They could see the bus coming up Branwood Drive. Jake got his legs pumping, cutting across the front yard, high-stepping it in a few spots from the poop that needed to be picked up. Mike was confident the boy-child would not scrub the poop off his shoes, so he was quite happy that he was going out of his way to not acquire any shit on his shoes. When he rounded the corner, there was a van coming down the street. Jake didn't look and sprinted into the street, not paying attention. Mike let go of the door, seeing some very horrible things about to happen to his son. Lily was sitting at the stop sign, trying to get her brother's attention, screaming, but he was focused on his task at hand and didn't know that his life was coming to an end if things were not drastically changed in the next few seconds. Mike took off in a pathetic attempt at a dead sprint. His son started to get blurry as he got closer, but Mike shook it off, unsure if he was going to pass out or if he was going to accomplish his goal. The idea of his baby boy getting hit by a car and him not saving the boy was fueling him and turning his stomach all at the exact same time. Jake saw Mike coming at the last second before he grabbed the boy. The van was so close that Mike could see the dead bugs that had splattered and dried onto the van's grill over an Iowa spring. Mike saw the woman driving the van, and she didn't look to be in her right mind. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair pointing out in 50 directions, and she had a sweat going. Mike thought there was a very strong chance she was just a mother who was on her way to take some kids somewhere, or was running late and didn't have the sick time to call into her job. At this moment, Mike was perfectly content blaming this woman for every bad thing potentially going to happen if he didn't succeed. He went off his right foot and tackled Jake, sending the two of them up into the air and landing hard in the grass. Mike thought when he struck the ground it might as well have been concrete. He extended his left arm to slow his fall down. He curled, pulling Jake into him so that the boy would take the least amount of impact possible. Jake still cried out when they hit. Mike looked down at his foot, which felt like it was on fire. He didn't know what had happened until he saw a Chevy symbol embedded into his ankle. "That fucking bitch hit me with her van. What the hell is wrong with her? She didn't even slow down." Jake didn't cry, but he absolutely looked like he was going to. He saw his dad's bright red ankle and a small trickle of blood coming from the Chevy symbol currently imprinted in his dad's foot. "I didn't see her, Dad. I'm sorry. Mike ignored his ankle, sitting up, putting Jake on the ground, and looking over him. He ran his hands down his back and side and chest and shook the grass out of his hair. "You're fine. I'm just glad you were okay. Does anything hurt really bad?" Jake shook his head no, and his eyes went wide when he saw the van screech across the bus, leaving a red stripe from its paint. Mike remembered he had one more kid to go and save. He held Jake by the hand, not content to let him be by himself for one more second. He was still feeling like hell warmed over, but the feeling of knowing he still had a son who was alive made everything completely worth it. Mike looked both ways this time, making sure they were safe. He hobbled on his ankle, testing how much weight he could place on his Chevy foot, which wasn't too much at the moment, but it felt better every second. He twisted his ankle before, and this wasn't that feeling. He watched the van as it crossed through the stop sign, a shower of sparks coming from the bus and the van scraping one another. The van never so much as hit its brake lights. The van crashed through a stop sign on the opposite side of the street, and the question of if the woman had been wearing her seatbelt was answered immediately. She crashed through her windshield, sending glass everywhere in front of her. She missed the light pole, and unfortunately for her, she skidded on the sidewalk. Mike could see, even from 40 feet back, that she had skidded every inch on her face. The woman, amazingly, got up immediately, no hesitation at all. She didn't show any effort to get up either. The strange woman was on her feet in under 2 seconds and ready to go. John, a retiree who drove buses during the school year, leaned up in his seat and watched this from the driver's seat as it began to unfold. He looked at the 15 young faces staring at him, and then back at the woman, who seemed oblivious that she'd been in a horrific crash and that she'd just scraped her face, chin, elbows, palms, and anything else which hit the concrete sidewalk. John waved the kids to get onto the school bus. Lily didn't know any better, nor did anyone else, including the adults. They climbed on quickly, one at a time. John hit his seatbelt, getting up once all the kids were in, and started walking down the steps and out of the bus. John yelled from across the street, "Hey, ma'am, are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Ma'am, can you hear me? Are you all right? You might be in shock after that. I don't think you should be up on your feet." The woman took a step backward, turning around, and seemed to all at once recognize John and hear his words. She didn't answer, though. At least, not with words. She bent at the knee and took off in a full-on sprint towards John. Her face was shredded. She had pieces of torn flesh hanging down from her cheeks, and one slice on her cheek was so deep you could see her bones. John watched, unable to believe that she was able to move, let alone run. He turned to run back into the bus, but knew he couldn't lead her to the children on the bus, and with her speed, there was no way he would be able to outrun her. John did the only thing he could think of, and took off around the corner of the bus. He looked over his shoulder and could see that the woman had not lost interest in him. John was almost 70 years old, so he didn't have much of a chance of getting away from her. He was trying to think quickly on his feet, and tried as gracefully as his old body would grant him to drop to the ground and roll beneath the bus. John sat there for a second, trying to be quiet. He didn't want to look left. He didn't want to see if there were still feet waiting for him, looking, hunting. John finally looked, massaging his chest and trying to not have a heart attack. He screamed as loud as he possibly could. He didn't see feet. He saw the woman, her eyes staring directly into his like he wasn't a fellow human, but a meal she very much was salivating for. The woman bear-crawled beneath the bus effortlessly, and John attempted to roll to the other side, trying to get away from her. He rolled, feeling fear, but hopeful that he was going to make it. He could feel the sun on his face as he neared the edge of the bus. He saw Mike standing there with Jake. Mike had the boy behind him, and he had his hand out to pull John up to his feet. John smiled, his face full of fright and pain. It had taken less than a minute for him to break out in a sweat. Mike gripped tightly onto his hand and pulled. His balance wasn't worth a shit at the moment, but he tried to pull him out from beneath the bus. John's smile instantly vanished as a pulling came from the privacy beneath the bus, and he grimaced as her teeth bit into the rear of his back just above his kidneys. John's grip loosened as the pain grew, and Mike watched his face begin to grow paler, and as it did, purple veins seemed to appear from nowhere. Mike studied his face, feeling like there was CGI going on or something. A small set of hands on his back brought him around, and he realized he still had his son behind him, and he was very much in danger. John's eyes turned pus-filled and cloudy, and a second later, the soft blue iris and sclera the man had were now as black as night. Mike let go of the man. Whatever was happening was no longer natural, and saving him was off of his radar. Mike pointed to the house and yelled, "Jake, run to the house! Get inside! Go do it now!" John's screams dissipated, becoming growls and moans. He reached for Mike as he crawled out from beneath the bus. Mike took a step back, tripping on the curb. The vision of the woman who was just as purple as John, holding on to a large piece of flesh torn from his back, was horrifying. Mike looked up, seeing Lily watching him. She opened the window and yelled, "Dad, are you all right?" Mike didn't hesitate. He pointed to the bus door and ordered, "I need you to go close the door. Don't open it for anyone but me. Do you understand me?" Lily nodded and disappeared. Running away to the front of the bus, she grabbed the handle for it and pulled as hard as she could. The door closed, slamming shut. She saw the small lock on the side of it, and for good measure, she thought it'd be wise to go ahead and lock it. She wasn't used to her dad freaking out or yelling, and this seemed very important to him. Lily raced back to her seat and looked down at her dad. He wasn't focusing on her any longer, now that he knew she was safe. He crab-crawled backwards and glanced over his shoulder, seeing Jake disappear into the garage, then heard the door inside the garage close hard. Mike was going to say, "One down, one to go," but there was no way he could live with himself if he was to leave every one of the neighborhood kids by themselves on this bus with one, soon-to-be two people dying to feed on anything they could get their mouths around. John fell to the ground and started to shake violently. It only lasted for a few seconds, because when he seemed to be over whatever very painful thing was happening to him, he snapped his head up. A man who had looked like he was sore, tired, and weak was now filled with what seemed to be an abundance of energy, as well as rage. John looked around, seeing everything dead for the first time. When he saw Mike, he got on all fours, racing towards him. Mike brought up both feet, barely keeping his balance, and thrust them forward, connecting his feet with John's face. John's neck snapped back so hard that he smashed his skull on the underside of the bus. When he came back down, he ignored the blood dripping from his forehead. He didn't scream from the 3-inch gash on the top of his head. He didn't move. He simply twisted his head a little and lunged towards Mike. The woman was visible, tearing away at the fresh carnage of flesh she had torn away from John. She seemed oblivious to what was happening in front of him. He lunged a second time, coming out from under the bus. Mike twisted around, getting to his feet, and fell back down. His balance wasn't worth much at the moment. Mike looked at the bus, seeing Lily had listened to him. He ran back away from the bus, and John came out, covered in blood, purple, and looking insane. The children on the bus screamed a high-pitched, deafening squeal when they saw the bus driver, who was beloved by everyone on the route. When John heard that, he stopped looking at the single serving in front of him and turned around, staring at the boys and girls in the bus who should have been down in their seats. Instead, they were plastered to the window, watching everything happening in front of them. When John heard that, he turned around and decided maybe the sampler pack was the way to go. Mike watched John trying to figure out how to get into the bus, oblivious of the fact that a perfectly good door was only feet away. When Mike saw that he was trying to bust into the bus, he pulled his flip-flop off and chucked it at John, missing completely. He hit the bus instead, and his shoe fell next to John's feet. He turned around slowly to see another flip-flop coming straight for him. John didn't so much as flinch as the flip-flop struck him in the face. Mike clapped his hands at the driver, waving his arms and keeping his attention. Mike yelled, "Come on, you purple Barney-looking fucker! Come here! You don't want those kids! They are too little! Come on and get a big old taste of Evans! Come on!" Mike backed up until he hit the neighbor's chain-link fence. He put his hands on it, resting against it for a second, realizing he had absolutely no idea of what he was going to do once he got the man to chase him. This was something which he wished he'd figured out prior to taunting the flesh-eating monster to come after him. It worked, and John took off after him. He didn't seem to have any super-powered speed, thank God, but he also didn't look like he was trying too hard. As far as being out of breath, Mike tried to think quickly and yelled to Lily, "Wait until it is clear and get those kids to the garage and in the house, baby." Lily watched as the woman joined the race, going after her dad. Lily nodded her head and gave the only advice that came to her 10-year-old brain. She screamed, "Dad, run!" Mike waited for John to get closer, and the old man dove like a hungry linebacker towards him. Mike moved at the last minute, keeping a steady hand on the fence, trying to keep from getting dizzy and falling down. John flew past him, the look of anger never leaving his face. He collided with the black chain-link fence, hitting it hard enough that he ripped off the posts and went halfway into the neighbor's backyard. Mike took off in a sprint, which very quickly turned into a jog. His stomach and ass were telling him instantly that he was still not healthy. He was not over this bug, and that the amount of time he had was probably slim. He heard a growling coming from over his shoulder, and where his run was shitty, the crazy purple woman was quick, steady, and relentless. She gained distance on him quickly, and Mike knew he didn't have much more in him at the moment. The dogs started going nuts when they saw the strangers in the backyard. Harley was just smaller than a full-grown lab, weighing in around 50-plus pounds. She clawed at the screen, yet not hard enough to rip through it. Mike yelled, "Harley, go lay down!" He appreciated her concern and her want to help very much. Mike was far from the dog's favorite human. Not because he wasn't kind to them and didn't spoil them when time allowed, but because everyone else seemed to have time to snuggle and play with them. He felt like he was always too busy doing other things for people to have time to give to them, to get that love from the dogs. The happiness of his family was something he wasn't willing to trade for the adoration of a couple of dogs. Mike waited until she got close and tried to do a shake-and-bake move, faking out the woman. But he tripped over a divot in the backyard he'd been meaning to put soil and seed down on, and when that happened, he tumbled down to the ground. Mike went to get up and didn't have it in him just yet. Something the woman coming towards him seemed to be okay with taking advantage of. Mike rolled over to his back, lifting his legs, ready to try and kick her in the face if she got too close. Mike watched the side yard, seeing a bus full of children being directed to get inside by Lily, all of them with lunch boxes and backpacks in tow. She stood by the bus's door, motioning for them to hurry and get to the garage. The children ran as quietly as possible, and they did an amazing job of not screaming. They seemed to understand the fact that yelling meant bad things could happen, and none of them were looking for that to happen. The snarling coming from the woman brought him back to the present and what he needed to be concerned about. The woman had less than a few feet before she was going to be on top of him. He tried to get up, but his legs wouldn't respond for more than a few steps. Harley hadn't quit barking, and when she saw what was going on and her master on the ground and in trouble, she disappeared, only to reappear a second later, running from the front of the house back to the screen and launching herself through it. The dog was fat, but she still had all kinds of speed to move with. She sprinted like he hadn't seen in a while, and she made it across the yard in no time, not going for Mike, but headed directly for the woman. The minivan woman was so focused on Mike that she never noticed the dog coming for her. Harley leapt into the air, seconds before she was up close to the woman, and knocked her down, making her hit hard, very hard. She didn't stay down long, but it was more than enough for Mike to decide it was a good time to get back up again. Harley started barking. Rusty did as well, but he did it from the door. John snarled from behind as he approached. Harley was still guarding Mike from a creature which was unafraid of her. The deck door from the side yard opened. Michael one of the Peterson household who rode regularly with Mike on motorcycle cruises when they were both healthy, saw the woman and John. He yelled, "Are you all right, Mike?" Mike ran for the garden. They had a small rectangular raised bed with a 3-foot wall around it. Mike was curious if the dead could jump, and he yelled over his shoulder, shaking his head. "Does it look like I'm fucking all right, Michael?" "What is wrong with those people?" Mike pointed at the woman who was up to her feet and chasing after him again. "Does that purple bitch look all right? I don't know. She almost killed Jake with her van, took a chunk out of John back there, and now they both want to eat Harley and me," Michael yelled, pointing to Harley. "He's going to eat Harley!" Mike tried jumping over the small wood barrier to the garden and tripped, failing miserably. Considering the fact that he could barely run, it almost struck him as funny that he thought he could jump this obstacle. He was nailing the falling, though. The echoing words of "Harley is going to get eaten" computed just as he flipped over the barrier and smashed his face on the ground. The wood mulch bits in the garden felt great, he thought, as they dug into his face. He moaned as he lifted his head, remembering what Michael had said, and looked over the fence. He had a few seconds before the woman was going to be up to the fence. Mike clapped his hands, knowing Harley's kryptonite, and that if the dog got eaten, his wife would be 10 different kinds of pissed. "Harley! Harley! Do you want a treat, baby? Come here! I got a treat for you!" The dog bolted forward, running straight for Mike. She got to the fence in no time and leapt over it. John had been mid-dive towards her, and he slid into the ground. Michael hit 911 on his phone. "Hey, 911 is busy! What the hell does that mean?" Mike looked around the garden, seeing gardening gloves, not much good, a rake, probably not going to be a winner. Lastly, he saw a shovel resting in the corner and smiled, lamenting the fact that he always bought the absolute cheapest things for the yard that he could, and that it was now his sole weapon for the time being. Mike took it by the handle and had Harley jumping on him and hell-bent on getting her treat. He pushed the dog down and brought the shovel around like a baseball bat, smashing the side of the woman's face with it, knocking all of the teeth out of the left side of her mouth. She screamed in frustration, and Mike thought if he got rid of all of her teeth, she wouldn't be able to eat him. "Where's a dentist when you need one?" he thought, and he watched her fall to the ground. "I have no idea why they are busy. Maybe because there are more than 2 of these things?" Mike high-stepped back over the fence as the woman was trying to get back up. He brought the shovel back down, hitting her in the back of the head. She didn't stay down for even a second. Mike brought it down until the shovel head snapped off. John rushed straight for him, and Mike looked down at the broken handle. John ran like there was no distance too far, and when he was within a few feet, Mike brought up the broken end of the shovel and let John impale himself on it. The stick went in through his heart and came out the rear of his back. If it wasn't for the visible proof, you'd not have known that he'd just been stabbed through the heart. John never stopped trying to reach for Mike. Mike didn't want to touch him, mostly because blood was dripping out of his gut, and he took the pole, swinging it to the side and tossing him over the fence. Mike screamed to Harley, "Hey, come on!" John tried getting up, but when he went over the fence, the handle to the shovel got stuck on one of the L-shaped garden planters. Harley jumped back out of the garden, and the two sprinted to the closed glass door. Jake and Lily were both standing there slack-jawed in awe. Mike got up to the door, and Jake yelled through the glass, "Are you a zombie, Dad?" Mike's legs were trembling, and he knew he needed to take a minute to collect himself. Mike held on to the handle and said, "I'm going to sell your Xbox if you don't open the door now." The sliding door clicked, and Jake opened the door so fast he threw Mike off balance and almost off the already questionable wooden stairs. "Sorry about that, Dad," Lily said. "Really? You were going to let zombies in if they threaten your stupid Xbox? It isn't stupid. And if he's talking to us, then he isn't a zombie. He also didn't get bit. Those are like the rules of zombies. You wouldn't know. You're just a baby." Lily, not one for being made fun of or taking crap from anyone, including her brother, punched him directly in the arm. Her taekwondo had taught her how to hit, and the little sweet-faced girl did it quite well. There was a thud and a yelp from Jake. Lily said, "I'm not a baby, dummy. I'm only a year younger than you, jerk." Jake rubbed at his shoulder. "Dad, Lily hit me. I didn't even touch her." "Doesn't sound like it was worth it then, was it, Slick?" Mike looked at his hands, covered in blood. John's blood, and he wanted to get it off. Lily noticed her dad looking at his hands and walked over to the sink, turning on the hot water. She was a daddy's girl, and for the most part had him wrapped around her finger. Mike smiled, holding his hands under the soap dispenser. Lily put a heaping amount of soap on his hands. Mike scrubbed under the warm water until all remains of the blood had disappeared from his hands. Mike turned the water off, leaning against the sink. His face felt like it was on fire, and he was having an inner battle against his stomach not to puke into the sink. Not that there was anything left to come up. A tug at his t-shirt brought him back around. He looked down at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy from down the street, who was only 6 years old and about 6 inches too short for his age. Rylan said, "Hey, John got back out of the garden. He's coming back to the door." Mike looked up, seeing John. The dogs were barking at the door, and it seemed that they weren't helping with keeping everyone quiet. Mike didn't know if it was the sound or that he had watched him possibly go into the house that was attracting him to the door. Mike's phone was ringing to add more chaos to everything, and he was pretty sure that this was very quickly turning into the worst day of his adult life. Chapter 3. Emily was drinking her coffee slowly, testing it, hoping she'd put enough ice into it to make sure she didn't burn her lips. When she had gone by the interstate ramp, she had seen that there were cars backed up for as far as the eye could see, so she'd taken the back road down to Des Moines. She was doing a checklist for her job, thinking of everything she had to do and if she'd remembered to pack all of her gear. She usually only had to manage the baby photographers of Des Moines and the surrounding Midwest, but so many people under her had the flu and were too sick to be able to go in and photograph the babies that she had to step in. The owner of the company had offered her too much money to not go in, even though everything in her brain told her not to go in. Mike hadn't said too much about it, because his head had been in the toilet bowl for so long that he really didn't care about anything, except if God would just grant him some relief. At one point last night, she was pretty sure he'd asked God to just take him now. She would say that he was being a giant baby. However, he usually was pretty damn tough. But when you've been sick that long, it was a whole new ballgame. She pulled up to a red light and checked her phone. They had a security camera for days somewhat like this when Mike had to work, but Lily got home a few minutes before he did. She liked that peace of mind that Lily had made it indoors and was safe and sound. She watched the red light, waiting on the slow connection to take place, and saw the round clock. 1, 2, 3, and finally the connection has been established. The camera came up, and she saw the chaos which was her living room. Emily said, "What the fuck? Why the fuck are all the kids in our living room? Where the hell is Mike? Where are our kids? Why aren't they on the damn bus?" Emily hit the voice call on her phone and said, "Call Ice Mike, now." The light turned green and a horn came from behind, startling her. She set the phone down, unsure what to think. She kept an eye on the road and hid out of the app and went to the bus tracker for Ankeny schools. It was a surefire way, if her phone wasn't dead, for the children to never be late for the bus. She scratched her head, wondering why the bus had been sitting near their house for 5 minutes. John was a slave to the schedule. He'd wait for a running child, but their kids and all the ones around were pretty prompt about being on time. Much like she and Mike, they all had jobs to get to, and not many of them were stay-at-home parents due to the expensive taxes and neighborhood they lived in. None of them were rich, but they all worked hard to ensure that their children had every opportunity available to them they could offer. The phone was on its 8th ring when it finally was answered. Lily had the phone, as Mike was getting his hands dried and looking around the kitchen for a way to deal with John coming up. Lily said, "This is Lily, Mom. Dad is busy with washing blood off of his hands, and our bus driver is a zombie." Emily just kind of sat there for a second, the sentences and phrases all not making sense, being used together and coming out of a 10-year-old's mouth. "Can you hit speaker on Dad's phone, honey? I didn't understand a thing you just said." Lily didn't think twice and tapped the speaker button. Lily said, "Okay, you are on speaker, Mom." "Mike, can you hear me?" "Yeah. Hi, babe. Are you all right? Is everything okay with you? Anything weird going on in Des Moines?" "Like what?" "I don't know, like people eating other people." "Why would people be eating people?" "Please get the kids on the bus or call the parents or something. I can't think right now. Just figure it out, baby, and get back to bed. I need you to feel better. I can't handle this double duty with the kids. They outnumber me, and it isn't fair," Emily asked, starting to get that horrible vibe running up her spine in the way of chills. Tires screeched to her right, and she looked over, seeing a car disappear behind her. When she looked forward, a man was standing in the middle of the street, holding his neck. She hit him with her Ford Escape so hard that the crunch of the man's bones were heard inside of her SUV. "Mike, I gotta go. I'll call you right back. I just hit someone. I feel like I'm going to be sick. I can't believe he's even moving. I thought he would have been dead from that hit. I love you." Mike just stared at the phone, trying to think of what to say to warn her, but when he got ready, all he saw was the phone being held up by Lily and the notification, "Call ended. Ice Emily, wife." Mike was attempting to make a list of things that he needed to do. He needed to protect the kids, kill John, call Emily back to see what happened, and call Tony to tell him to get his arse home right now. His train of thought was broken when John ran up to the glass, never slowing down, either not scared of running into it, which was definitely the more likely option, or he just did not know there was glass he would slam into. John jumped up the 3 wooden steps which needed replacing. The top step broke from the weight of the big man, and he fell down and backwards. John's leg broke from the pressure and the insane angle put on it. He didn't scream at all when the bone protruded through his jeans and out into the morning air. John looked down at it as a foreign object. Then he balanced on just one leg, took hold of the bone, broke it right off. Mike dry-heaved watching this, and Jake, his 12-year-old who'd watched a good portion of the Walking Dead episodes, said, "You gotta stab it in the head like they do in the show, Dad." Mike held up a finger for Jake to give him a second. He didn't need to wait too much longer, because instant motivation raced through his body when John took the piece of bone and started to pound the glass with it. Mike watched as the harder he hit, the more he was pounding the shovel's handle out of his chest, and it was slowly sliding backwards until it fell out. The steps breaking was not a good thing after all, as John would have been at the top of the glass, but now he was pounding at the middle of the door's glass. Mike would have preferred him at the top of the glass, not in the middle of it, where the glass was always the weakest. Mike watched in defeat as the shovel handle fell out of John. It took him a few more strikes before the glass shattered in the middle of the window. It was only a crack that went up and down the door, but it was enough that he could reach an arm through. Mike saw now that almost all of the kids were crying. His son and the Buck's daughter, Madison, who were both 12, were the only ones not crying or on the verge of it. Lily's lip was slowly quivering, but she was holding the tears back. It broke Mike's heart when she cried. She was a tough kid, not into zombies or scary things like him and her brother were, and was doing her best. Mike said, "It's gonna be okay, baby. Maybe you guys shouldn't watch this for a minute. Dad's going to have to. I need to keep John from hurting anyone else." Lily, who was too smart for her own good, said, "Yeah, but he hasn't hurt anyone yet. You beat a lady with a shovel and stabbed him with—" "Lily, you want to let John in? Does he look friendly? Do you think he's going to come in and give you a cookie? He isn't the John that we all know and love and give treats to on the holidays and at the end of the year. This is angry John, and he doesn't want to give you anything. John wants to eat you and all the neighbor kids." The crying got worse at this statement, and quite a bit louder. Mike realized his lack of skill at sugar-coating anything was at an all-time low right now. Him being sick did little to help with that as well, and his sugar-coating abilities were currently awful. Mike held up a hand, trying to think of something to say. Lily watched her dad, thinking he'd never hurt anyone or thing that didn't attempt to hurt him, or, more importantly, anyone in his family first. He didn't let her go anywhere in public with him without being able to have an eye on her, or was holding her hand. There were too many weirdos, which she didn't understand, but she was well aware that Dad was not trusting of very many people. Lily looked over at John, who was smearing blood all around the door's glass. His teeth were out in a snarl, his arm through the glass, and he'd very quickly figured out that he wasn't getting through this invisible force field. He brought his head back and began smashing it into the glass. It very quickly began to shatter, and Lily held up a quivering finger, pointing at it. "Daddy, I don't think that I like John anymore. Can you keep him from eating us?" Mike didn't even answer, as he thought of Jake's advice and walked to the kitchen cupboard. He thought about Daryl and Rick and their machetes and badass knives. As he looked in the silverware drawer, he felt a bit emasculated looking at the plethora of colorful Fiesta knives looking back at him, each with their own plastic guard on them stating their use. No zombie skull knives. Shocker, he thought. He skipped the vegetable knife in lieu of picking the blue organic non-serrated blade. The glass started to shatter, and Mike ran up, stabbing John in the cheek, which did nothing. Mike held up the knife, not in the strongest frame of mind, and saw the blade protector was still on. John reached through the window, catching Mike by the shirt, and started to pull him back towards the glass. Mike put a weak arm up, trying to keep himself still and away from John's mouth. Jake yelled, "You need to take the cover off, Dad! What are you doing?" Mike didn't have a finger to give the boy at the moment, which he realized might have been inappropriate. He said, "Come here, Jake." Jake looked at John and back at his dad, and his feet didn't so much as move an inch. He shook his head no, and did not take a step forward. He put a foot on the doorframe, keeping himself from being pulled any closer, and pulled the sheath off. Mike took the blade with all his force and stabbed him in the face with it. The blade hit him in the cheekbone, making his head snap backward. John kept a hand on him as he fell backward, pulling a piece of his shirt through the hole. Mike looked down, realizing he had an option, and that was to duck down and to let his shirt be pulled off and through the hole. A few of the kids laughed a little, as he'd not had time to be outside, nor had there been much sun to catch any hint of color on his skin. The small belly did little to make him feel any better about standing there awkwardly in front of all the kids. Harley was still barking at John, who was currently at an impossible angle as he'd fallen backward, his legs in the broken steps. John was growling as he swung at the air to try and somehow get back up to his feet. Mike needed to buy some time. There weren't a lot of choices here, but something had to be done. Mike put his hand on his waist, thinking for a second. He felt his leather belt. He could gag it with that. He couldn't possibly eat him if he couldn't bite him. There weren't a lot of options, but after he'd thought about it for a moment longer, he decided he could try one thing. Mike opened the glass door, and all of the crying children screamed. Different variations of, "Don't go out there, Mike. Don't let him bite you. If you get bit, please don't eat us. Please, please, please." "Noted, kids. If something bad happens, then do me a favor and run up to my room, close and lock the door, lock the bathroom door, and go into my closet and lock that door. Do not come out for anyone who can't talk. You can take my cell phone, and you can call your parents to do whatever they can for you." Rylan yelled, "How about you don't get eaten by John?" "Solid idea, Rylan. Jake, did you hear everything I said?" Jake gave a thumbs up. "You get bit, lock every door on our way, hide every one of us up there, and don't come out for nothing no matter what. That about right? Oh, and don't get bit. Mom will probably blame it on us or something." "Thanks, smartass. I'm sure if I get bit during an evolving zombie apocalypse, your mother would blame you if I went outside and got bit trying to protect every school child on the block." Jake was going to say something else, but Mike walked through the kitchen, grabbing a wooden spoon and something black out of the junk drawer. He jumped down and over John, forgetting the "I am in serious pain and sick" part of his day. When he landed, he fell forward, scraping his knees, followed by his hands. Mike was all ready to go back to bed and die, but it didn't seem that there was going to be a possibility of that happening. John was still indisposed at the moment and stuck in the steps. When Mike jumped over him, he'd stopped wanting to get inside, and now John was doing all he could to get free and come for his meal. Mike looked around, grabbing his things, and crawled over close to John. John tried biting him and opened his mouth wide. Mike took the wood spoon, jamming the thick stick into John's mouth as he was trying to bite down. He couldn't clench his teeth because of the spoon. Mike held the man's head with his knees, making sure he wasn't getting bitten because of it. Mike grabbed the black object from before and bit into a roll of electrical tape he had. He pulled it out a long way, and when he had enough, began wrapping it around his mouth and the stick until it was impossible to know that he was a zombie outside of the hole in his gut and the chunk missing from his back. Mike pulled the leather belt, sliding it into the stairs, and wrapped it around John's neck. John was fighting hard to get up, and Mike didn't know just how long the steps were going to hold him in place. He knew that unarmed people in a zombie apocalypse didn't last very long, unless they had someone around to protect them. In this exact case, they did not have anyone available to protect them, and he was sure it was going to get worse before it got better. John clawed at the leather strap holding him in place, not pleased about the circumstances. The more Mike thought about it, the more he thought, I don't think it matters what he is doing. He'd be pissed regardless of if he was eating, running, chasing, or anything for that matter. The only thing that he thought he knew was rage and hunger. Mike looked around the backyard. He kept a pretty tidy ship, so there weren't any other shovels around. There wasn't anything readily available. Mike could hear the creaking of the steps and saw John had kicked so hard that he'd turned himself around. Mike saw a paving stone that he used to hold the mower down by the handle while he cleaned off the thick grass accumulated beneath. The property was 1/3 of an acre, and it was not a quick process to be done. The paver was a square foot and a few inches thick, and he ran over, grabbing it, and yelled to the kids, "Hey, I want you guys to look the other way." Not one of them turned their heads. Mike screamed in a father tone this time. "If you guys don't turn around right now, he is going to get up "Come in there and eat your damn brains!" Every single one of the children and tweens spun around like a drill sergeant had just snapped off, giving them a command that was going to be listened to and respected. Mike was thinking about the 10 Commandments. There was nothing in them stating anywhere that it was not 100% all right for him to kill a zombie if they came to his house and tried to break bread with him. He wasn't a great Catholic, or for that matter, a practicing one, but he did try to live each day to its fullest, as well as to be respectful and honest every day. Mike took it carefully, making sure that it wasn't going to slip. The last thing he needed at the moment was a broken foot. Going to the doctor's at the moment did not seem like a fantastic idea. He got a good grip on it and carried it out in front of him. The kids saw him coming with the brick and covered their eyes. Mike brought it up over his head, unsure of what was going to happen. Real life versus what you saw in movies were drastically different. He brought the paver down with as much power as his currently weakened arms could muster. He landed the blow on the middle of John's forehead, and a bone-crushing sound came from it. Mike had to open his eyes to see what happened from the hit. He was happy with the outcome, and went directly over to the bushes, bending over and blowing a nice watery yellow projection from his mouth. He puckered his ass to make sure he didn't shit his pants, too. Mike wiped at his face, wishing he had a belt as well as a t-shirt on, something he'd be fixing in a second. Mike tried not to look, but really wanted to make sure he wasn't still somehow going to come back alive on him. He'd never wanted a school bus driver dead in his life. However, this was very quickly becoming a real thing he craved. Mike saw the skulls smashed and his brains leaking out onto their stone patio. Mike heard screams coming from outside of the house, and when he realized there was more than just his zombie, he looked around the block, seeing neighbors sprinting around the neighbors like insane people. Mike was pleased that none of them were the parents of any of the kids inside. Mike looked in the house and saw a few kids beginning to stare, getting curious and looking out the window. After looking and seeing the dead everywhere, he thought about the glass door and what a shitty state it was currently in. He stepped around John's corpse and pulled the tablecloth off and put it over the crushed skull. He closed the glass door and realized that it wasn't going to be near enough. Chapter 4. Emily, Des Moines. Emily was confident she needed to puke. She looked in her rearview mirror just as she was taking her seatbelt off to check on the man in the street who was trying to get up from the road. She tried to re-click it as she saw an Escalade racing towards her from behind and saw only an expensively dressed woman behind the wheel and her closed eyelids. The two cars connected, and Emily was flung forward like a rag doll. The airbag deployed, hitting Emily with all it had, and sent her backwards into her seat. She hit her head and saw stars. Emily sat there for a second, waiting for her eyes to begin to focus the way they were supposed to. Her right eye began to work faster, and when her left was still unresponsive, she realized that her contact had come out. She checked her photography bag for a pair of glasses, but none were to be found. She touched her cheek and then ran her hand down her chest and by the luck of God, found the contact and got it back in. She looked in her rearview mirror, noticing she'd gotten a nice cut from something. The woman who had struck her was shaking her head as well as cursing quite loudly. Emily checked that no other traffic was coming her way and stumbled out of the vehicle, leaving her door open and taking in a deep breath of fresh air. The woman who had smashed into the rear end of the SUV had the audacity to scream. She yelled at Emily, "What's wrong with you? Why were you stopped in the middle of the street? You know you shouldn't do that, right?" Emily had to process the words. She understood every one of them. However, the last thing which she'd expected was to hear the woman who had just wrecked the rear end of her vehicle to have the balls to be screaming at her about something which was her fault. "Are you kidding me? You weren't even looking. You were on your fucking phone. Don't you swear at me. Or what? You'll run into my car? Oh wait, you already fucking did that. What the hell is wrong with you? You could have killed me. I just hit someone. I was going out to check on them when you ruined my car. It's just a Ford. It can be replaced. That's fine. You'll be hearing from my husband. If you think that I'm bad, you'll love him. I'm calling the police to make a report. Emily held up the phone to call 911. She was so thrown off, she forgot why she had stopped in the first place. There'd been an accident before this one. She tried calling the emergency number, but she got a busy signal from it. A man came up by the two of them, dressed in a city worker's vest, pointing at the man that Emily had hit. She turned around, taking a look at him. The man had a chunk missing out of his arm and his neck. Upon further review, the man was a bum, but an injured bum, who should be dead or paralyzed, not standing up looking around. The confusion made sense at least, taking a hit like that. The woman yelled, "I thought you were calling the police!" I was. I did, but I couldn't get through. The line was busy. What do you mean the line was busy? Emily slapped her forehead, holding out the phone, and hit the speaker on it. Emily snapped, "It isn't being picked up, you repulsive woman." "Do you even know what repulsive means?" "Yes, I do." The man cleared his throat. "Hey, that man looks like he's going to die. Look at all of that blood. How did you hit him in the neck?" "I didn't hit him in the neck. I guess I don't know where I hit him, but it looked like he got hit in the chest or the stomach, maybe." "Why? What does it matter?" Emily questioned. "He looks like he's going to rip someone's head off," the man said. The woman who had smashed into her car said, "He looks like a bum that hasn't had a shower in a few presidents." The man growled from his spot and took off in a sprint toward the three of them. The man stepped in front of Emily, not quite sure what the hell he was doing. Emily realized chivalry outside of her husband was not dead, but those being chivalrous were not always the brightest. She hopped into her SUV and slammed the door, hitting the lock on it. Emily hit and pushed at the deployed airbag that was in her way. The man jumped when he heard the door and looked at her, shocked, and realized that only the woman behind was still standing there, the one that he didn't really care if she got eaten or not. Emily didn't mean to make eye contact with the bum, but she did, and she wished she hadn't. The man that looked like he should have been on his back and dead was racing straight for her. He didn't slow down even as he approached the hood. The man jumped up onto the fender and launched himself head first into the windshield. It spider-webbed up, and the man only stayed still for a second. She watched the man, trying to think what was next. A single drop of blood ran from his forehead down the middle of the windshield. Emily screamed, turning on the windshield wipers. The rear-end lady screamed as well, and the man got up onto the hood on his feet. He jumped onto the roof and ran off the side of the truck, dropping down onto the woman, knocking her to the ground. She hit hard and screamed, but before the other man could get to her, the bum bent down and buried his teeth into her neck. Her scream became no more than a gurgle as her throat filled up with blood. Emily screamed. She had absolutely no idea what was happening or what to do. She wanted to help, but she wasn't going out there. The words of her husband hit hard at that moment. Every single word that had sounded like nonsense became vividly clear, and now she wondered if everyone was all right and safe at home and with their son at college. The city worker snatched the man's blood-soaked shirt in both hands and yanked him backwards and up into the air. He landed on the ground hard, sliding to a stop. The man ripped his work vest off, trying his best to ball it up so he could apply pressure to the wound, because that's what he'd seen in a movie. The man thought if 911 was busy and he was her only medical help, She didn't have the best chances for survival in her future. He stared at her face, which had a manicured kind of look to it. Not true Iowa beauty, but an okay face which had money applied to it. She was grasping at her throat. He was trying to hold her hands away, but couldn't blame her. The lady's face grew pale, and the man almost became entranced, watching the purple veins beginning to creep up her face quickly, as her face finally turned ghostly white. He heard the knocking on the window, looking back and seeing Emily pointing the other way towards the bum. He was back on his feet and racing towards the man. The worker crouched a little, trying to make sure that he was ready for the impact, but the bite came before he ever reached him. The woman bit into the rear of his thigh, and the man screamed. Emily couldn't believe that this was happening. This was out of a damn horror story, one she'd very much enjoy watching in the theater, but not in real life. This wasn't ideal for a Monday. He screamed, gripping onto the door handle of the rear passenger door on her escape. Emily turned around, ready to scream and pull it back shut, but her brain kicked in, and her left hand tapped the lock button. She felt like she might be going to hell because of this, but in hindsight, there was little that could be done if the woman had changed that quickly. He pounded on the window for only a second before he kicked the lady off with a barely functioning leg. He tried to run back to his city truck, but the man and woman both tackled him, ripping into his love handles. As Emily watched, she realized that they didn't get full. Satisfaction didn't seem to be something they knew, though there was plenty of this man to fill someone up. She gagged as she watched them feeding themselves like they needed it worse than air. Emily wondered at that thought. Did they need air? What would happen if they just walked down into the river? Would they come up the other side? Could they swim? Could they float? Would they die? Could these things die? She hoped that the answer was a hard yes. Emily saw people who had gotten out of their cars to see what the holdup was were now racing to re-enter their vehicles. Emily crawled into the back seat, hitting the phone again. Lily answered this time, yelling, "Dad, it's Mom!" Mike nodded his head. He had a few nails in his mouth and was using extra lumber from the many DIY projects they'd done to block off the patio door as well as the windows in the living room and the bathroom. They only had 3 places for entry to the house from the ground level. The garage was safe, given the fact that the door was down. He tried to ignore the screams coming from the street, unsure who or what or why it was. He was pretty sure he knew the why. Mike yelled, "Little busy, Lily. Can you hit speaker, please?" Lily gave a thumbs up and yelled to the kids, "Everybody shut up or my dad will kick your butts." Emily was trying to keep her shit calm, but there was no upside to any of this that she could think of, minus the fact that she'd not been bitten herself yet. Mike yelled, "Lily, watch your mouth. Hey, babe, are you okay? What happened?" "Fuck no, I am not okay, Michael Evans. What in the hell is going on? The guy I hit jumped up and tried to eat me, but he settled for a stuck-up bitch that rear-ended the back of my escape." "Is the car okay?" "That's what you are worried about? The stupid car?" "I couldn't care less about the stupid car. The wife I love is what I'm concerned about, and how she's going to get all the way home to us if she doesn't have a car." "Oh, that's definitely a better answer. Yes, I think the escape is drivable." "You aren't headed home? What the hell are you doing?" Mike questioned as he continued to hammer nails into the wood. Emily said, "What are you doing? Do you have to do that while you were talking to me? Dead people in the streets wanting to eat us, and 2 dogs being fucking morons and barking their heads off and enticing them to try and get into the house? Yeah. I really do have to do that, and I need to do it right fucking now. Am I going to be able to get in the house?" "You get home. I'll get you in. The front door just has the bolt on it, unless they start trying to come through the door. I don't plan on doing anything to let them know it is available. Maybe in their current state they'll be too dumb to notice the door." "Mike, what about the kids? Are they all right?" Lily and Jake are fine. He's keeping an eye out for anyone's parents who show up or anything that we need to know is coming. What about Tony? No, I haven't had a minute to do anything besides protect the kids and get the wood barriers up and in place. Are you feeling all right? I don't think there's any way I could feel too much worse. I'm going to call Tony, but I need to get all these kids to their homes. What the hell should I do? Just call him to see if he is all right. Then call me back or message me. Go try and start the car, okay? You need to get moving. Emily nodded, realizing Mike couldn't see anything. Just give me a second. I'm in the back seat. Why the hell are you in the back seat? Because when those guys started killing each other, it seemed to be a good place to hide and to not get eaten. The tinted windows were enough that none of them saw me. I think I can drive out of here now. Okay, let me know that it turned over, would you? Then I need to call Tony and see what is going on. Emily got into the driver's seat. The woman and man had disappeared now and found something else with which they needed to go and try to eat. She turned the key, and a horrific screeching sound came from the engine. It had never died. God damn it! It was already running! Mike didn't say anything. It wasn't imperative to the situation, and he knew that it wasn't going to do anything to improve her disposition. Okay, great. It's running. That's a good thing, baby. Now stick it in drive and take the back roads if you can, and stay away from absolutely everything. Now, is the road clear? Are you able to get moving again? Emily looked around, trying to see if she was able to move. She put it in gear, and a bus came across, blocking her path. Emily watched for only a second before the stretch of windows lining the bus's side was covered with hands. The hands were soaked with blood and streaked the window. Screams came from the inside, loud enough for anyone to hear from a mile away. The windows began to burst off the side of the bus. People with chunks missing from their bodies, as well as those who were yet to be bitten, were trying to escape out of the bus. Emily couldn't go forward, and it didn't help that bloody bodies were jumping out and onto the hood. She watched them as they grew pale, shaking and bucking, their faces showing purple veins growing darker until it looked like a rash that started small and engulfed their entire bodies. A man who'd just gone purple saw Emily and looked at her like her children looked at supper when they could talk Mike into making chicken burritos and rice for supper. The man climbed up to the window and began smashing his face into the windshield, oblivious to the fact that he had to have been breaking bones. His eyes never left Emily's. She thought about the Escalade behind her and that it probably weighed a hell of a lot more than the mid-size SUV she was driving. A hand finally broke through the windshield. Mike was on speakerphone. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Emily couldn't believe that this shit was happening. And to his surprise, she didn't answer right away. Not because she didn't know the answer, but the amount of how fucked up the situation was actually made her laugh. She was looking forward to going down to the hospital and snuggling babies, and her worst problem would be the clients didn't buy the newborn photos, or worse, a baby puked on her all-black attire. It was not something you could blame on the kids, but it did seem to help out with the sales afterwards. She took a breath and said through a laugh, "Mike, a lot is wrong. Like, a lot. There's a hand through my windshield. A bus just crashed in front of me. People are eating each other. No, nothing is all right. I can't go forward, and I don't know if I'll be able to back up. Only one way to find out, babe. Go for it. What the hell do I do if it doesn't work? Emily, put it in reverse, hit the gas, and don't stop until there's enough room for you to get free. But, babe, punch it, now!" Emily jumped. Mike didn't yell too often. He was usually the cool, level-headed one who didn't freak out over everything. Or at least he had been that way until he had been forced to work overtime year after year and had 2 kids. His patience, much like his hair, had slowly disappeared. It had been helpful, though, since he'd gotten meds and a motorcycle for his temper. She hit the gas as hard as she could, and the SUV raced forward, slamming into the bus. The man flew backward, and his hand came free. He slammed into the bus, looking like the window sticker of a cartoon animal up against the side of it. The airbag thankfully hadn't deployed, because it had done that earlier. She put it in reverse. "I need to focus. You are making me do stupid things." "What did you do?" "Michael Patrick Evans, I will see you soon. If I don't call back, consider that a good thing. Get a hold of Tony and shoot me a message, please, that he is all right, okay? 10-4, babe. Be careful. I love you. And, well, I need you to get home. The kids all need you to get home. So get home. I love you, Mike. I'll call you if I need anything. Do whatever you can to keep the baby safe." "Yeah, I am all over it. I need some parents to show up and get these kids all picked up. Just keep everyone safe until they come for them." "What if I have to pick up Tony?" "He has a perfectly good car. Why couldn't he be able to drive home?" "I don't know. I just think that he might find a way to screw that up. If he has a girl with him, then I am sure he will think with the wrong head and things could go horribly wrong from that point." "You don't think he could focus for 30 minutes while he drives home? Never mind. It's probable he could lose track of something important. What do you think is going to happen if the interstate is like the road I am on right now?" "I'll start by calling and go from there. Get your ass out of Des Moines and do it now, please. I love you, Mike. I love you to the moon, baby. Get out of there, now." Emily hit the end button on her phone, pressed the brake, hit it in reverse, and watched as the Escalade very quickly got closer. The Escape smashed into it, sending her back into the seat cushion and tweaking her neck. Not a very good feeling. She looked at the space in front of her, going forward and repeating the action. The truck hit a second time. She knew that it was a front-wheel drive and the engine was up front. If she just made sure to keep it running and moving, she could smash into as many things as she wanted or needed to. After the second time, she cranked the wheel. She hit the gas as the slew of people flooded the street in front of her. She couldn't tell who was purple and who was normal. When there was a hole in the crowd, Emily punched the gas, and the turbo in the Escape very quickly came to life. She had to hold it to try and keep the SUV steady as she raced forward down a side road. Chapter 5. Tony, Ames, Iowa. Mike walked around, pulling on a few of the boards. When he saw that they were all tight and in place, he felt just a little bit better. Mike looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. His shorts were barely staying up, and this was no way to say that he was prepared. Mike's tummy rumbled, not kindly, and he tried to hold his cramping stomach in a way in which it would not hurt worse. Lily whispered, "Dad, you gonna be okay? Do you need something to eat?" The immediate idea of groceries and mouths to feed, a lot of mouths to feed right now, was not a pleasant thought. Mike thought he might just have gas, but over the last few days he learned a valuable lesson in not trusting gas when it could be something worse coming out of your ass. He slammed the door shut and pushed his shorts and underwear down in one smooth motion. His stomach rolled again, thinking of John and his brains, and that was when the bile in his stomach decided that it needed to make its way back to the surface. He reached in the nick of time to grab a wastebasket. Mike dumped it out and held it up to his mouth, letting the yellow, sticky liquid come out freely. He didn't know if puking or dry heaving was worse, but right now it didn't quite matter. Mike finished wiping his face and rear and stood with his head on the cool sink. He ran the coldest water he could before dousing himself in the face with it. It had always been a surefire method for him to wake up when he was passing out at work, but right now it didn't seem that Niagara Falls pouring over him would give him the strength he needed to carry on today. Mike walked back into the kitchen, and for the first time recognized the crumbs spread across the table and counter, and said, "Lily, you guys are grounded for life if you ate the rest of my cookie stash. This very well might have been the very last time that I will ever be able to hold a fresh batch of Girl Scout cookies in my hand." I just know you guys were eating them like a fat kid unleashed on a cake. I thought you loved me. I do. It's all Jake's fault. He said if I didn't eat any, that... Yeah, please tell me how Jake made you eat cookies, because I'm going to call bullshit. Sydney whistled. Mike, you cuss a lot. I don't think my parents say that many words like that in an entire month. Yeah, well, I've had a shitty day, Sydney. And given the fact that I saved the block's kids from being zombie appetizers, I think that they might even be appreciative of me. What do you think? She tilted her head a little, thinking about it, and looked sad. I really hope that the Girl Scout cookies aren't really gone forever. I don't know what I would do if I couldn't have Thin Mints ever again. I'm glad you kids all have your heads in the right places. I need a few minutes. I want you all to sit on the couch and just chillax for a minute or two. The kids all raced for the 2 couches, filling them up instantly. Those that weren't so quick to jump on the gray-cushioned couches sat on the floor. Lily grabbed the remote, hitting home on it, and said, "Raise your hand if you want to watch Secret Life of Pets." Okay, kind of lame. How about Sing? Really? No one? Okay, how about Infinity War? A ton of hands went up, enough that she hit play on the movie, and Mike watched as the kids visibly looked like they were relaxing and sat down. Mike went up the stairs. The dogs followed him, not for protection, but because if anyone usually knew what was going on at the house, it was one of the parents. Harley jumped up onto the bed, resting her feet on the corner post, looking into the extensive backyard. Only thin chain-link fences were separating the 3-acre yard. Harley was doing her puppy talk, which typically would make him laugh, but today she was straight up warning that, hey, there are a bunch of zombies out there, and I'm pretty sure they are going to try and get into the house. Mike yelled to Jake, "Hey, Jake, are there any of those things out your window?" Yup, lots of them. They are mostly in the streets now. They don't look like they know what is going on." "What about the neighbors? Do you see anyone else looking out?" "Yeah. Earl across the street is on his deck. Looks like he's boarding up the steps so no one can come up them. I just saw Amber fly down the street and race into her driveway. She must be okay. She put the garage door down and is standing up in front of her house on the 2nd floor looking out. She's crying her eyes out." Mike realized he hadn't done anything yet to let everyone know their kids were all right, and realized how sick they must be feeling about that unknown feeling of not knowing the status of their best thing in the world. Mike held off on what he wanted to do and took a look at everyone in the living room. He opened up a new group chat on his Facebook Messenger. He hit Ryland's parents, Sydney's, Middle Jake and Kara, Little Jake and Josh, and his buddy Matt and Jessica's kids who he couldn't ever remember the names of. It wasn't personal, but it was not easy. He typed in, "Hey, your kids are all safe at my place. I got everything boarded up. I hope that all of you are okay. I'm still waiting on Emily to get home, but I did want to let you know they are here, alive, okay, and seem to be handling things pretty damn good for their ages. If anyone is home, when it is safe, and only if it's safe, I'd appreciate you swinging by to get your kids. I'm pretty sure I'm over my flu, but I can't guarantee anything, and this doesn't seem like the best time to get anyone sick if I don't have to. I don't think going to the doctor is the best idea at the moment." A slew of hands together praying came from all of the neighbors. Mike had even messaged those without kids. Their block was a tight one, and they watched out for each other and all of the kids on the block. Strangers could come through, but if a car parked on the block that didn't belong there or looked suspicious, then the messages started popping up one after another. Everyone was currently alive and responding, but who knew if they would be one of those purple people eaters in a few hours? For now, they were good to go. Mike went upstairs and traded his shorts with no belt for a pair of jeans and a Welcome to Amity Island shirt. He rubbed his chest down with a warm rag, getting the remnants of puke from his earlier encounter with John off. He looked in the mirror and checked that his face wasn't pale or purple. He got dressed and pulled another belt from his drawer, pulling it tight. Mike grabbed a pair of socks, throwing them over his shoulder. He thought about it for a second, wishing he was 100%. He went to the nightstand drawer, pulling out a 9mm, and attached the gun's holster to his belt. He pulled the drawer completely out, removing 4 boxes of ammunition and a couple fixed-blade knives, unsure what he would do with them. He thought about it and the cool weather and grabbed a hooded sweatshirt. He'd apologize later for not being in the greatest smelling state. He covered up the pistol with his sweatshirt and tucked the extra magazine in his pocket. The boxes of ammo in his hoodie were not going to work. He went to head downstairs, but realized he should probably call Tony. Typically, his firstborn would be a bigger concern, but he wasn't running 100%. He went to the family tracker app on his phone, checking where he was, and remembered that he had removed himself from the app because he said he was a grown, responsible adult that didn't need them watching over him, just needed their money to attend college because he thought the experience had meant living in the dorms. The fact that it was only a 20-minute drive to Ames from a very nice house in Ankeny made him sick to his stomach. Mike sat on the bed, his stomach muscles pulsating. He wasn't sure if it was nerves or the flu, but he held his stomach tight, though it did little to improve anything. Mike scrolled through his phone to Tony's picture. He was doing a cannonball off the high dive on a family outing. The boy was fearless. Mike thought of how much better that day was than today. Warm, sunny, lots of very cute women who were at best a size 0 and complained about their guts, which were non-existent. He would listen to their boyfriends tell them reassuringly how they weren't anything short of perfect, guaranteeing themselves that if anything was going to happen later, after the pool, the women would have nothing but pleasant thoughts when they considered the men. Mike hit Tony's picture, and it began to ring. Chapter 6. Tony, Ames, Iowa. The phone in Tony's dorm room began to ring. Holly pulled the blanket off her head, looking around. The sun filled her vision, and she ducked back under to the safety of the darkness. Holly moaned. "The light is making my head want to explode. I don't understand why they make something that tastes so good but hurts so bad. Who is calling you? Don't they know you don't have class until noon on Mondays? You know, for a reason." Tony mumbled something that was impossible to understand. The Imperial March theme song from Star Wars echoed in the room. Tony brought a hand out, reaching blindly for the phone on the nightstand. "Where is my phone? Do you remember where I put it last night?" "Funny you say that, because you were very descriptive about where you were going to put something. I remember you taking my pants off, making many promises of what you would do to me in a drunken slur, and then you got into bed and completely passed out." "I was drunk." "Yeah, and I was horny. What's your point?" "I'll make it up to you." "I don't know. The moment seems to have passed. It would seem God replaced it with the feeling of wanting to die. Why do you have the Star Trek theme playing on your phone? That is so nerdy." "Star Wars." I don't fucking care. Just answer the damn phone. I feel like my head is going to explode. Who is it? Actually, I don't care. Just hit mute and let's go back to sleep. Until Tuesday. Tony replied, "It's my dad. He'll just keep calling if he wants something. He never calls unless he has something to tell me. I hope he didn't see my midterm grades. Fuck. He will be pissed. I thought you raised them." "I did, but I'm on his dime, so it is his time working that pays for it, and if it isn't an A, it isn't acceptable. He never made me work during high school. Hold on. I can see his head right now, and I'm pretty sure he's going to lose his shit if I don't answer." "Then answer it," Holly said with ice in her voice. "I was trying to," Tony said. He crawled out into the light, glad there wasn't any garlic around with the way he felt about the sun. He saw his phone, or rather the light from the phone, coming from his pants pocket, crumpled on the floor. He stretched out for it, missing, and fell out of the bed. Holly let a snicker of a laugh squeeze out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Shh, not now. Tony hit the answer button on his phone. Hi, Dad. Good morning, or whatever. Good morning, or whatever? Were you sleeping? Trying to. I don't have class until noon on Mondays. I was up studying really late last night. You sound like you're dragging, son. Look, I'm just getting over the flu. I feel like fucking shit, and the world is right about to end. Did you and Mom take the day off to do Irish coffee, Dad? No, smartass. There is no calling in, and you aren't listening, Mike yelled. Okay, fine. I might still be a little drunk from last night. Mike knew that he was a complete hypocrite when it came to this, but he yelled, uncaring for the hangover he knew Tony was dealing with, or would be now that he was awake. I told you, if you are going to live up there, you aren't going to be fucking around. That means girls and booze. Did you just call it booze? You and Mom have a complete bar at home, stocked to the brim. Right, a stocked bar that my job paid for, Tony. Thank you for bringing that point up. It really helped to change my mind. I still think you aren't the angel that you let on to be. Are you telling me that you didn't drink at my age? Because your mother was pregnant with you. I was throwing kegs of beer 12 hours a day, and then worked at a gas station for another 6 hours at night to make ends meet. Right. And it was my fault that she got pregnant at 18, right? Do you want to live to be 19, Tony? Tony was going to answer, but a slam came at his door, followed by a scream. Sirens either began going off in the hallway, or they finally noticed the sound, and Holly started kicking and hitting the bed with her hands. Why can't anyone shut up this morning? You know they were there with us, except the sick kids. Do you think that they are pissed off that we partied late last night and they had to listen to us possibly be loud? Babe, I'm on the phone with my dad. Well, I'm glad he's more important than... Holly Christ, give me 2 minutes. I'm sorry you got woken up. He put the phone back up to his ear, lying on the floor and feeling like a bag of shit. Sorry, Dad. Yeah, I knew you were working, and it's probably my fault that you knocked up Mom because I was dying to be born during the we-don't-have-shit phase of your lives. I wouldn't have loved to be around like Jake and Lily, getting spoiled, pampered, and with kid gloves on. Mike slammed his hand on the bed leg. This was a conversation he had had with him more than once, and every time they did, it didn't end well. I'm sorry that you had such a shitty childhood. I'm sure you remember me sitting by the fireplace throwing $100 bills into it and riding around wasting money frivolously. Tony's head was beginning to pound. His dad could throw a guilt trip like nobody's business, and Tony looked around, thinking how the only reason he could be in a dorm right now was because of the man that was on the other end of the phone. He didn't sugarcoat shit. He didn't care if he offended someone, and he always told it as it was. That was his dad, for better or worse. Maybe I'm getting off topic. What did you mean the world is ending and that there isn't any more work going forward? Does that mean I won't have school either? Tell you what, get up off your ass, look out your fucking window, and tell me what you see. Dad, get up now, Anthony Patrick Evans, Mike screamed, realizing he should have had Emily call him. Mike didn't do disrespect, and Tony knew that if he could stick his foot through the phone and up his ass that he very well would, without prejudice or pause. Tony rolled over and pushed up, putting his phone on speaker. He stumbled forward, aware that he definitely could still have a buzz. When he looked at his alarm clock, it showed just before 8 o'clock. He hadn't quit drinking until 3 last night, and the amount of time spent hitting the red Solo cups had been a race and a marathon all at the same time. He was pretty sure as he fell onto his desk that he'd lost that race all around. Tony pulled the string to raise up the shade. The sun that came in might as well have been fire. Tony, found his glasses and put them on. He squinted, waiting for the shapes to come to him. When they did, he yelled, "Holy fucking shit!" Holly threw the covers off her and crawled up to the bed's end. She looked out the window to see what it was that he was freaking out about. She gasped. She didn't know what to say or do. The two looked at each other. Tony's room was off Lincoln Way, one of the busier streets next to campus. He had a view of the courtyard. Usually, there was a group of kids studying, others playing frisbee, throwing footballs, usually people wanting signatures for things that couldn't ever be changed, even if they got 10,000 students to sign their papers. This was absolutely not the case. Holly yelled, "Hey, are they doing a, zombie run this morning? They are really playing it up." Tony watched for a second longer. The head of the LGBTQ, Mary, a very outspoken student who donned a purple spiked haircut, from whom he'd learned very quickly when he said hello that it was a form of sexual harassment. He had never been told that in his life, and it was the last time he'd chosen to tell any colored hair student with signs of batting for the other team hello. She was doing her best to shake and bake, but the dead coming for her didn't know football or anything else. It simply came straight for her, never slowing down. At the last minute, Tony thought maybe she was going to do something to escape her, but the woman leapt straight for Mary, tackling her to the ground, and took a bite out of her nose, tearing the tip off. Her legs kicked and she bucked, trying to free herself. She grabbed the woman by her hair, threw her off to the side, and clutched at her nose. Mary turned over, pushing up off the ground, and the woman watched for a moment, seeing her meal getting away as she chewed on the tip of her nose. Mary screamed and cried as she ran, and she'd made it about 10 steps when she crossed paths with a star football player for the Iowa State Cyclones, Trevor Downing, a 300-pound offensive guard who could hit like a freight train and just keep on moving. Right now, for both of them, it was flight or fight time. She and he had the same thing in mind, which was getting away from all of these flesh-hungry purple students and teachers. When he saw Mary headed straight for him, screaming, with blood racing down her face and onto her shirt, she looked too much like one of them. So much, in fact, that the fight to be able to flight was absolutely what was going to happen next. He used every pound of his football-acquired muscle to clear his path, which, unfortunately for a horrified Mary, was directly in his. He barely knelt down, but came up with 2 hands into her chest and propelled her up into the air and backwards. She hit hard, screaming at the top of her lungs. Trevor was doing an infinite 100-yard dash, not stopping his sprint for anything until he was out of the courtyard and on Lincoln Way. He flagged down a pickup truck, jumping into the back and laying down, disappearing from sight. Mary got back up, screaming at him, but he did not care. She yelled, "Do you know that is so offensive?" She didn't have time to scream another insult. Downing hadn't just been running for freedom, he'd also been running away from the dead. His teammates were running like a hungry pack of dogs. They slammed into her so hard that when she hit the pavement, her teeth shattered. She tried to get up, but she had a few 1,000 pounds of football players on her, ripping into her back, her thigh, her calves, neck, and rear of her head. Her screams echoed through the courtyard alongside a symphony full of others crying out in pain, in rage for another bite of food, and those in fear of being eaten, or possibly worse, turning into one of them. Tony pulled the shade down slowly. He picked up the phone, hitting the speaker button back off. Tony asked, "Dad, what's going on? What happened? Are Jay and Lily okay? Is Mom home? She's there, right? I don't know what happened, but the kids are downstairs. Mom got called this morning to photograph. She hasn't called back. She wanted me to call you. I just got done boarding up the windows. I wanted to get the house safe. I need you to try and get home. Can you do that? What has the news said? I don't know. I haven't stopped yet to know what is going on. Do you have a full tank of gas, Tony? Yeah, about that. I do have a full tank. Tony, time is ticking. What is wrong? My battery is dead. I just put a new one in before you went to school. Why isn't your battery working? Basketball. How did a basketball break your battery? It isn't broken. It is dead. There's a difference. For fuck's sake. What is the reason it is dead then, smartass? We were playing basketball and it was dark. Well, we played a lot longer than we had expected. When it was time to go, the car was dead. I came back with a battery charger the next day. Yeah, and it had gotten towed by the city of Ames. I guess I wasn't supposed to park on the park's grass. Something about it being off limits. Mike said, I love my son. I love my son. I love my son. I love my son. I love you too, Dad. No, I'm trying to talk myself into it. I don't know where you get that from, and you are driving me to the point of drinking this morning. Gotcha. Any advice? Do you have a girlfriend? Does she have a car? Do you know of anyone in your building with a car that you can call? I just got up, and yeah, there are people with cars, but I don't know who is alive. I can start sending messages and see. I can call you back if I need to. Tony looked at Holly, who was already typing away like her life depended on it, going through her contacts. She ignored the blatant fact that she'd met Mike at least 3 times for family dinners. You need to get out of there. With all those dorms there are going to be too many kids for that small of an area. It's going to be a clusterfuck. Don't let them touch you, okay? If anyone has got a bite on them or are covered with blood, then I need you to stay away from them. Is that clear? Do you understand me, boy? I will give you a call back. Tony, hey, don't go on the interstate. Stay off the main streets. I only assume that there's going to be a shit ton of people, idiots, who want to get as far away as possible, but not have any real plans. So don't take the interstate home. Then how else do I get home? You've lived in Ankeny your entire life. It is 20 minutes away. You don't know any other ways to get here? The interstate is the quickest way, Dad. Lame. So lame. Cruising. You've heard of it? It's when you aren't really trying to get anywhere and you are just out. Mike thought of Tony growing up when gas was $3 plus a gallon. He didn't understand anything outside of economy. There was no racing down streets or going to another state and back on a whim for no reason or parking out on a gravel road with your girlfriend. Mike shook his head. He didn't know what to think about these goddamn millennials. They were so easily upset, but if they just lived a little, they might realize how much there was in life to live for. Tony answered, and he knew what the kid was going to say before the words ever came out of his mouth. He said, You realize that it is not good for the earth or my wallet to waste money, right? I mean, my Prius, the car you bought me, isn't really a cruising car. That was absolutely your mother's fault. I would have never purchased that car for you. No self-respecting Evans male would ever ride around in that car. I can't understand how I signed off on the papers for it. Holly yelled, Are you seriously talking about cars? What the fuck is wrong with the two of you? I mean it. There are people getting eaten outside. What can you possibly be talking about? Tony held up a finger. Wrong answer to her. Tony said, It's my dad, okay? He's weird. He goes off on rants, just like his dad. It dawned on him, and he asked, Where is Grandpa Denny at? Have you called Grandma Diane to see where she is? That they are all right? Are they at home, or are they at Lake Thunderhead? I've been so busy worrying about your mom and you and your brother and sister that I never even thought about it. I hope Dad slept in today, or he's going to be raising so much hell. I don't know if Mom could have kept him from doing something. What would he do? I have no idea, but he has all the firepower in the world to take them out if he is home. I just hope that... Goddamn. Do me a favor and call me back if you need a ride. I'm going to call them and see what is going on. Okay, I'll give you a call back as soon as I know. Chapter 7 Part 2 Tony and Holly. Tony put the phone down, looking out the window again. Holly was sitting on the bed with a sheet up in front of her. I can't believe that this is happening. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Why is this happening to us? Holly, it isn't happening to us. It is happening to everyone from the way it looks outside. We might consider ourselves as some of the lucky ones to still be alive. I can't imagine being one of those purple things running through the streets and trying to eat everything that I see everywhere. What are we going to do? Tony went to the fridge, pulling out water bottles. He tossed one to Holly and took out 4 ibuprofen before tossing the bottle to her. She liked the way this man thought. There would be no time for hangover headaches. She thought about her nakedness and realized they probably should get dressed. They chugged their waters and each got a second one. With as much as they drank last night, it would be a few bottles before either of them would be concerned with having the option, let alone the ability, to go to the bathroom. Tony looked around his room. 2 beds, 2 nightstands, a mini-fridge with drinks, beer, and some shooters, and outside of that he had a couple pocket knives that he carried for protection because he wasn't old enough to be like his dad and granddad and carry a piece to protect himself. Tony's stomach rolled. He wasn't hungry, but he knew that the medicine was going to take a while to kick in, and in all reality, all it was going to do was help him with his head. It would do very little for his stomach and joints feeling so shitty. He was happy that even as bad as he felt, that at his age he was able to recover pretty quickly. There were plenty of nights when they would get shit-faced a few days in a row, and with the exception of some beer shits, there were very little consequences physically, not counting brain cell damage. Thuds came at the door, followed by screams and then growls. Tony went to the desk on his side of the room, grabbing the wooden chair that no one ever used because 10 minutes in it guaranteed to leave you with a numb ass. He slid it under the handle, securing it so that no one could get in. He could feel his manhood swaying in its freedom and thought maybe it would be a good time to get dressed. There would be very few advantages to being completely naked if he had to, or when he had to leave the room. Tony went to the closet, grabbing jeans in lieu of normal track pants like almost every student who wasn't wearing shorts took for daily attire. He found a black long-sleeve Under Armour workout shirt as well, and from there looked at his very naked girlfriend, who was in party clothes from the night before. The only positive thing was that he wasn't very tall, and that they were both skinny. Tony took a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt that he knew she liked, because it was almost always missing. Not because he left it in places, but because she loved it so much. He smiled, watching her stand up to find her underwear and bra. She got dressed quickly, never setting her phone down. She saw Tony and said, "Oh no. You need to get your shit together and think with your other head, or we aren't going to make it back to your parents. We aren't cut out for this. We aren't experienced. As opposed to the other people in the world who have survived a zombie apocalypse? There's the smartass I know and love. Now I just need you to come up with some genius plan. What is it, 20 or 30 miles to Ankeny from Ames? Do you think we could do that on foot in a day or two? If we just walked across farm fields? Probably, yes. But we also need to get out of town and to the farm fields. So we run. We aren't more than half a mile from a field. I'm sure of it. Can't we hide in, like, the crops or something? We could if it wasn't spring and the field wasn't bare. Chances are that they are probably muddy as shit. A knock came at the door, and the two went as silent as a hooker in a confessional booth. Holly whispered, "What do we do? Just keep quiet, please." The knock came a second time, and the handle jiggled this time. Tony's chair was doing its job in stopping whomever or whatever was attempting to enter the dorm room. The knock from the other side came again. Holly said, "Do you think zombies know how to knock?" Tony shrugged. A light voice, almost scared to be heard, came from the other side. "Tony, douchebag, open the fucking door. Do it now. It's me." "Me who?" Tony replied, not firing off at 100% and still waiting for his water and ibuprofen, the breakfast of champions, to kick in. "It's Joshua from down the hall. Come on, let me in before someone bites me. Holy fucking shit, someone is coming! Hurry up, open the fucking door!" Tony shook his hands in the air, still considering if he should open the door. Holly snapped, "Who the fuck is Joshua? He helped me with some papers this year. I wouldn't have passed a few classes without him." "So you owe him for some classes you passed that probably aren't ever going to matter now?" Tony answered by moving the chair and swinging the door open. 4 students piled in before he could see that Joshua hadn't been alone, and it seemed as if maybe he'd forgotten to disclose that important fact when he was pleading for his life. Tony slammed the door shut after poking his head outside to get a glimpse of what it looked like in the halls. There were 6 students in the hallway. 2 were meals, and 4 were the ones feeding. Tony shut the door as quietly as he could. Tony straight up asked, "Who here has a car?" Joshua asked, "I thought that you had a car. That's kind of the reason that we came here in the first place. I mean, my roommate Trent was also trying to eat me, so I left him inside the room. He was trying to break the door down, so I don't know how long he is going to be stuck in there. Those out in the hallway didn't seem to notice us at all, but their faces were buried inside of stomachs, so lucky for us, right?" "So you wanted a ride?" The 4 nodded slowly. One of them said, "So you don't have a car?" Holly snapped, because the way she thought about it, it was that if they weren't doing things to move forward, then they were sinking in quicksand. "Hey, perfect stranger. Yeah, he has a car. No, it isn't running. Did you have a car? Do any of you have one?" "Could we get it running?" Perfect stranger boy asked. "Sure, if we had 4 or 5 hours and a battery charger. But I'm headed to Ankeny, and we aren't dropping people off on the way." "I assume you've been outside?" Tony asked. Joshua said, "Hey, if you even get us out of the campus, we'd be grateful. I'll write you papers for a whole semester." "That won't do a lot of good considering the fact that we probably won't have any future tests. It isn't anything personal, but if I bring anyone else home, then my dad will kill me after he kills you guys. My name is Ralph. And we have a couple classes together, Tony. Do you think that we could stick with you? I mean, we literally have no clue what to do. We thought you had a car. That was like our entire plan up until now. And you thought that I was going to want to take you with me out of the kindness of my heart? Yeah, you know, people need to stick together and help each other. You have a car, so we thought we could help," Ralph tried to say convincingly. Holly scoured the room, looking around and attempting to find something that they could use to make their way out of the dorm. Tony said, "Did you find anything at all with anyone around? This is actually the least amount of people that I have ever found online before. Where is everyone? What is going on?" Holly yelled, trying to refrain from throwing her phone. "Holly, baby, they are either dead or hiding right now. That is about all that I can assume." The only other girl with them said, "That is so sexist. Do you know how degrading it is to be called a baby? Like we need you to take care of us, to wipe our asses." "And you are?" Tony asked. "I'm Lucille. Now what are you going to do?" Tony actually laughed, which of course was the wrong response, but he had a lot of his dad and his dad's dad running through his veins. Tony said, "So wouldn't it be sexist if I was the one that came up with a plan and then saved you? I mean, wouldn't you feel better if you were the one to come up with your own plan and then you saved yourself? I'm sure all your friends and all those wonderful clubs you were probably in would totally make you in charge if you were able to do that." Ralph added, "You might have gone too far, Tony. You might have gone just a little too far." Lucille snapped off, "How about I kick your ass? Do you think that might make you feel a little emasculated?" "Just looking at your haircut is making me feel emasculated, if you'd like me to be completely honest with you." "I don't. I just wish that you'd stop talking. If you aren't going to do anything to help us, then you aren't doing anything to save anyone," she yelled. "Hey, Lucille, I didn't ask you to come in. I thought just Joshua over there was coming in. I didn't particularly want to let him in either. I just didn't want to worry about shit later making me feel bad with karma." "That isn't what karma is, Tony. Joshua, do you seriously not know anyone who has a car? Like, this guy was the best one that you could find? He was the only one who would answer the door and was still alive. He met all of my needs at that moment, just not the car part. And that doesn't seem like it's my fault." Lucille found a textbook on the floor and flung it as hard as she could at Joshua's head. "You are both fucking idiots. I don't know if I need you to save me. I don't know why I didn't just go with my gut." Tony had his hand on the door. "I've already had a really shitty start to my morning so far. So if you'd like to leave, Lucille, then be my guest. No one is asking you to stay here." "Okay, everyone, can we please relax? I think everyone is getting a little too worked up here," Ralph said. The only guy who hadn't said anything yet, Brett, pointed out the window. Hi. I am Brett. We need to get out of here. There's more people coming into the courtyard. I don't think we want to wait any longer. Maybe we need to go a different way to get off campus?" Holly looked out the windows. "There's nowhere else to go. I mean, they are everywhere. What are you expecting to find?" "I was hoping for car keys to find a way out of here," Brett replied. "That actually isn't a horrible plan. Someone down there has got to have a set of keys. I'm sure Dead Carboy here, Tony, isn't the only one who has a car on campus. I mean, there's never anywhere to fucking park. It can't be just his, can it?" Lucille yelled. Holly looked around the campus, and the spots which were typically packed to the brim with small, compact cars were currently as bare as she'd ever seen them. This did not fill her with hope. Tony checked his phone one more time. He had a picture of Jake and Lily with him down at his grandparents' lake house on the boat. Tony didn't go down there nearly as often as he used to, because he either had a girlfriend or a part-time job for more spending money than the allotted cash his dad, who was born in 1980 and had absolutely no sense of what it costs to be a kid nowadays, gave him. Plus, he needed to keep up with the spoiled rich kids at college on a regular night out. Tony slid it into his pocket and prayed that they could try to get out of town. Tony removed the chair, which slipped and banged against the door. They all cringed. "Be careful, Tony," Holly snapped. "Oh, duh. That's right, because I was absolutely trying to be loud. It was part of my master plan to get us all killed." Lucille said, "Is this the best time to be sarcastic, Tony?" "Obviously, it's a coping mechanism," Ralph tried to explain. "It's an Evans thing. I met his dad and family, and they can't help it. Stress does nothing to improve upon it," Holly explained. Tony set the chair down, thinking that he in many ways didn't belong in the classification of millennials and didn't share a good majority of their behaviors. He checked that Holly was ready because she was really the only person he cared about coming with him. She nodded to him, and he mouthed, "I love you," to her, and opened the door just a crack. He looked to see if there was anyone in the hall, or if he could hear anything. Nothing. Safe. Safe as it could be. Brett would have not asked his question had he heard it aloud first. "Hey, do you see anything?" Tony didn't have a chance to talk. Holly had no lack of smartass in her personality. Probably more now that she'd dated Tony for so long and been forced to meet his entire family. It was definitely a growing experience in what she could handle, and if she could be quiet when she knew there was nothing they could do to be changed. "Yeah, Brett, is it?" "Yeah, so he's always opening the door and letting zombies in." Tony motioned for everyone to get ready. He started counting down with his hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And on 1, he looked to their small group. Everyone nodded, and he opened the door all the way. A student who had apparently lost a good 50 pounds because he had absolutely no guts left in him growled at them all. It had a brain, or what was left of it, in its hands. Pieces of the brain fell from its mouth as its teeth chewed into it, and it jumped forward immediately. Lucille screamed, "Shut the fucking door!" Tony flung the door to shut it, but the stomachless zombie had already started running. The plethora of living in the small room apparently looked more appetizing than the student on the floor whose head had been smashed in and brain had been removed. They all took a cringing breath, waiting for that feeling of relief to come, with that beautiful sound of the door clicking shut, and therefore keeping them safe and sound. But the absolute opposite happened instead. The student made it to the door before it could shut. The thud they thought was the one that they were waiting for was not the one wanted. The door connected, but it was with the student's skull, not the strike plate of the door. It bounced back open, hitting Tony, who tried to put his hands up in time but failed. The corner of the door's edge connected with his forearm and hit it hard. Tony brought up his arm, cradling it. He didn't see a bone coming out of it, but he realized that he couldn't feel a single thing in it. Nothing whatsoever. It was like he had a billion funny bones being injected into his arm at once. He stumbled backwards, tripping over a laundry basket, and landed on the floor with a crack of ass to tile, the only tile spot in the entryway of the small dorm. He tried to get up off the ground at first, but failed. Tony had a perfect view of everything, and it was a freaking nightmare. When the zombie student entered the room, it never slowed down. Everyone tried to get back as it came into the room. Lucille ran back, but all she had was the bed in front of her. She dived onto it, and the zombie student did as well. She rolled out of the way as it dove for her. It crashed into the wall, and with the small room and lack of space with 6 people in the room, she didn't really have too many places for escaping. Everyone screamed, all looking at the doorway and trying to think of what they could do. Brett and Joshua ran straight for the open door. They both stopped dead in their tracks when they saw a zombie roaming the halls holding a forearm up like a turkey leg, chewing on it and looking for something more to eat. They raced back into the dorm and shut the door quickly, hitting the lock, and saw what they were in store for, or, more accurately, to become, if they did not eradicate this threat and do so now. The zombie student lunged for Lucille. She backed up against the wall, kicking it in the face. It didn't seem to mind the pain, because it felt none. The thing that made it so upset was that it wanted something in its mouth. A pound of flesh was all it needed, until it was gone. She kept kicking, trying to show it that she was not the easiest meal, and that someone else would be a much better option. Joshua and Ralph jumped forward when the door banged behind them. Whoever was on the other side of it was definitely bigger. Lucille's stone exterior was definitely faltering. She started crying, and no one blamed her for it. There wasn't anything she could do to stop it. A plethora of feelings raced through her, and she could only keep so many of them in check at once. Tony got up to his feet, looking around the room, hating everything about it currently. He looked at his roommate Todd's bed and realized the amount of options available were limited. If he'd been home, he would have a small arsenal at his fingertips. At least he thought that would be possible. Tony knew he needed to get moving. With every second they wasted, there would be less of the living and more of the dead. He wanted to be far away from well-populated cities by that time. He knew Ankeny had a population of 60,000, which wasn't much less than Ames, but knowing what was at home waiting for him, or at his Grandpa Denny's house, would absolutely make him feel like survival was more of an option for him. Tony ran over to the bed, ripping Todd's sheets off the mattress, and shook the nervousness out of his hands. Everyone except for Lucille seemed to be unknown at the moment to this purple student. Lucille, to her credit, was doing her absolute best to keep from getting bit by the son of a bitch. It didn't have superhuman strength, she was noticing. However, this dead was goal-oriented, and he was currently focused solely on getting a bite out of Lucille. It was chomping its teeth together, making a clicking sound. The click reminded him of his old dog Rusty, who was once a ninja at being able to catch popcorn thrown to him, but now just chomped until whatever object thrown to him either hit his mouth or bounced off his head. He had to scurry to get it before much younger, agile Harley could beat him to it. Tony made sure there was plenty of slack in the sheet, and came up behind it and threw the sheet over its head. Tony pulled it tight. He could see the mouth going up and down in the mirror. It was chomping, even though it couldn't see anything in front of its own eyes. He looked around the room. There was still nothing of use inside of it. Tony lost his balance and fell backwards, the dead swiping at the air as if it would get a hold of something to free itself, and it could go back to trying to eat the kicking meal in front of it. Lucille clapped her hands together, resting on all fours for only a second on the bed. She looked at Joshua and Ralph and gave both of them the finger. "You guys fucking suck! What's wrong with you? I don't even know this sexist pig, and he's done more for me than you two." Tony was flexing to keep an enraged zombie from breaking free and away. He ran through what he should do and finally realized there was only one option: to get it out of the room. He looked to Joshua and Ralph and said, "Get my bed out of the way and open the window." Joshua said, "Why?" "Are we going to jump out of it?" Ralph asked. They were within a few feet of Tony, who reacted to their comments with a frustration which he couldn't answer in words at first. He kicked them each in the shins once. They both grabbed for their shins for a moment. Tony yelled, "If you don't open it, I'm going to throw both of you out the window." "We're on the 3rd floor, damn it. No, we aren't jumping. Or I'm not, at least." Lucille jumped off the bed, and the two got to work, quickly flipping the mattress off the bed frame and then moving the frame itself. Holly came over and slid the window open, took the screen off, and let it fall to the ground below, striking one of the dead in the head. It looked around, seeing what it was that fell on its head, and proceeded to stomp on it. Tony wrestled the creature over to the window and held it up next to the opening. Holly asked, "What do you want us to do?" "I want you to get it by the legs and lift it up and over the window frame." "And then what?" Ralph asked. "Then you let go, dipshit," Lucille instructed. "God, how did I end up with you two?" "Just lucky, Lucille, just lucky," Ralph answered, as he took the left leg and Joshua took the right. Tony held the sheet until he was out the window before letting go of it. He landed on top of the screen zombie, and it began hitting the dorm room zombie in the head. Tony fell against the wall, sliding down and trying to catch his breath. He was thinking if he could take last night back, then he more than likely would. Although thinking responsibly, he realized last night might have been his last ever regular party. The type where there was all the food, booze, and electricity that a soul could want. Holly knelt in front of him, caressing his cheeks in her hands gently, and leaned forward, kissing his forehead. "Are you okay?" "I'm just really hungover and feel like a bag of shit." Brett was pushing up against the door. He asked, "What are we going to do?" The group looked at each other and at Brett. Holly said, "I think you don't fix what isn't broken." Chapter 8. Des Moines. Emily held the wheel tight. The roads were full of potholes and speed bumps, and she fought to control the SUV. A little girl walked out in front of her SUV from between two cars parked on the street. Emily didn't think for a second. The mommy in her, and just being a decent human being, took control of her hands, and she cranked the wheel to the left. The old neighborhood she was driving through was filled with large, mature oak trees. She hit the curb hard, sending her up and hitting her head on the roof of her escape. Emily screamed and cursed like a sailor as she slammed on the brakes. She lurched forward, trying to swerve the wheel, but it was too late to do anything but hope that she was all right after the crash. The SUV was going almost 20 miles per hour. She normally wasn't a speeder, but today was obviously not the norm. Emily crashed into the tree, propelling her forward. She'd remembered her seatbelt, thankfully, which saved her from crashing into the windshield. She cracked the radiator, and a shot of steam was coming up from the hood. She looked in the mirror and saw that she didn't look great. She had a gash along her forehead. She got her Bella apron and rolled it up to push against the wound. Emily got her phone, not thinking real straight yet. She opened the door and stumbled out of her escape. She walked out into the yard, looking around the property and for the little girl. She was walking down the street slowly. Emily yelled, "Hey, hon, are you all right? You should get out of the street. Today isn't a very good day to be out in the street or outside. Let's get you home." The girl stopped walking and turned around. Emily squinted to see her, and when she did, she wished that she would have just kept on the gas. The girl took off in a dead run, literally, coming straight for Emily. She looked around, trying to figure out what to do and where to go. She had never been on this street before. Emily looked at the surrounding homes, seeing the blinds with a single blind up to see what was going on. No people seemed to be motioning for her to come to their home to save them. Emily watched as the little girl went from a run to a maddening pace, full-on sprint. She bared her teeth as she raced toward her. As she approached, Emily saw the light purple tint of her skin. There was one spot of blood on her side, and she could only assume that the girl was bitten. Emily did a 360 while never forgetting about the girl. If she had Mike's car, or Mike in general, she knew that he'd have a plethora of pocket knives on him, capable of stabbing this little shit in the head. She couldn't complain either, because he had tried multiple times to try and get her to carry a knife, or even better, he'd always said, a pistol. Not once had she thought she would put herself in a situation where she needed something like that. On top of that, she never ever considered a zombie apocalypse. Her husband and oldest son, Tony, would laugh and joke about it regularly. However, she never took them seriously. She, of course, right now, was wishing that she had something. Anything. Emily looked around the block, trying to think of something she could use. This was far from the best part of town. She, quite honestly, wouldn't have come into this neighborhood if her life wasn't in danger. Emily saw a million items, but unlike her son and husband, she didn't think about how to kill a zombie with every item she saw. She did know that she was going to hear no end to Mike's bitching that every time he'd asked to buy some kind of weapon, bullets, or survival gear, and she had dismissed his excitement dead cold, saying it was a waste of money, and having one kid in college and two more who eventually needed to go, and both were in need of braces. They couldn't afford it. She'd strongly told him it was a want, not a need. She would, however, not mention anything about her 31 bag purchases that her friend Bobby sold her at discounted prices, of course. The sound of the little girl's play shoes clacking as she picked up speed were getting closer. Emily was doing her best to think. She yelled, "Fucking think! It's like a first grader. Just trip it and then kick it." "I can't kick it. It is a sweet little girl. What if they can be fixed? What if someone can heal them? But what if they can bite my ass and they make me one of those eggplant-looking little shits?" A tapping came from one of the houses and caught Emily's attention. They weren't pointing towards the front door, which of course they could let her in and bring safety to Emily, but a little Spanish girl was pointing to the ground. Emily ran to where the little girl was pointing and began looking around and saw a small doll on the lawn. Emily looked back up seeing the little girl clapping her hands and pointing excitedly at it. Emily could not believe the girl in this time of horror. She grabbed the doll and ignored how she normally would have reacted. Emily took the doll in one hand and the head in the other, and thought for just a second that she was going to rip it off, but the chances of her getting new toys were probably slim to none. She tossed it up into a flower box that was on the windowsill for safekeeping until later. The little girl smiled, but then her face turned to fright. Emily heard a scream from behind her, which was more of a growl, and she jumped to the side. The girl flew past her, slamming into the house, head first. She fell into the bushes, and Emily prayed she was knocked out or something, because she wasn't getting up. Emily wiped the blood from her forehead and looked back up at the little girl who was gone. Emily looked around. She watched the bushes beneath the house, shaking, and she didn't breathe. She just peered around, trying to find the girl. The bushes shook uncontrollably, and Emily made the sign of the cross. She couldn't think of anything it could hurt. When the final bush shook, she thought that she was dead. A small white terrier came out from the bush, and Emily felt a weight of 1,000,000 problems come off of her shoulders. The dog began barking at Emily, and she smiled, fresh tears starting to fall. The girl must have left, is all that she could think. The dog began to run towards Emily. She knelt to reach for the little white dog, who was running straight for her. The dog got ready to leap off of its rear feet when the little girl jumped from the bushes, grabbing the dog, pulling it back towards her, and ripping a chunk out of its spine. Emily, being a huge lover of all dogs, gasped, clasping her hands over her mouth, trying to be quiet. The little girl chewed for a second. She looked up, seeing Emily backing up slowly and trying to be quiet. Once she locked eyes with Emily, there was nothing that she could do but resume her search for a weapon. She thought about trying to hit it on the head with her phone, but she couldn't. There was nothing good that it would do, and on top of all that, there'd be no way to find out if her family was all right. That was still more important to her than her own safety, because she loved her family with every beat of her heart, more than anything else. The dog screamed on the ground, which was, to date, one of the most horrific sounds that she had ever heard. It squirmed on the ground, and then started to slow down and finally became still. The girl spit a chunk of white, blood-covered hair out and took off, racing towards Emily. Emily ran through the yards, and the little girl was beginning to make up the distance. Unlike Emily, this little bastard didn't seem to be running out of energy. Emily began to wonder if she still needed to breathe, or how she was able to not grow tired. When Emily got to the 4th yard, it was white trash heaven. There were more cars than there was grass in the front yard. Emily found a pipe resting against one of the cars. She took it in her right hand as she ran past it and tried to put the car between them. This did less good than she could have ever imagined. The girl jumped up onto the car's tires and then the hood of the car, barely slowing down in any way. Emily tried to bring the pipe up to strike it, but the girl had already jumped after touching one foot down. At the last second, Emily did the only thing she could and took the bar in 2 hands. The girl came at her, hands out with her mouth wide open and literally chomping as she flew through the air. She brought up the pipe, pushing it hard into the girl's mouth. She bit hard when she connected, and the sound of teeth sprinkling onto the hood was loud. She bent down with the girl as she fell flat onto the hood, never letting go of the bar. Emily twisted the bar and made the girl twist over when her neck could go no further. The girl looked like she was straight out of the poltergeist. Emily kept her face back, trying to keep away from the girl as she scratched and clawed at the air in front of her. There seemed to be no way for this to end in any way other than to end the little girl. Emily stepped a foot back, bringing the pipe up high above her, looking like a deranged lumberjack dressed in her all-black work attire. She brought it down and hit the hood. The girl, once freed, had rolled to the side. Emily cursed and swung it baseball style, missing again and cursing again. When the girl came up, rushing her, again Emily decided swinging wasn't worth a damn. She brought the pipe up two-handed and connected with the open-mouthed, ever-increasingly angry girl coming for her. She missed her chin and sent the pipe directly inside of her open mouth. She tried to swing her off, but the girl clenched onto it with both hands. When she realized she wasn't getting the pipe back, Emily took what was probably a 45-pound girl and lifted her up into the air to her chest level, then brought the girl with the pipe down hard, smashing into the ground, and put a foot on the kid's head once she was temporarily immobilized. She bent the pipe enough so that she could use it and let the girl up an inch, then rammed it back down, pushing up and through her brain. She wiggled it, lifting it up and down, and after a second, it quit moving and became still. Emily was hoping it would be that way forever. She sat there for just another second, waiting, making sure it was safe. When she didn't move, Emily put a hand on her mouth, under her top jaw, and pulled the bar out an inch at a time. It was covered with blood and gore. She checked her phone, seeing that Tony was all right. She typed back, "The SUV is crashed. I'm trapped outside. I don't know what I am going to do." Chapter 9. Mike checked his phone, seeing Emily's message. He felt handicapped at the moment with a house full of children. He still didn't know about his parents or sisters, as he hadn't had time to figure out if they were okay. Now he had Emily with no car, which he'd like to know more details about, but of course it was one of the lesser important details. In the end, it would not change a single damn thing. He tried to think of what to do. It wasn't like he could send an Uber driver to pick her up. A picture of his neighbor Michael popped up. Mike swiped his face. Michael was already typing another message and asked, "Do you have any idea what is going on? I can't get a hold of McKenzie. She got called into work today. All the nurses did, so something has to be going on. What the hell? She had to have driven, right? Yes, that's usually the way she gets to work, 30 miles away. I don't know what's going on. Some disease or something. I haven't even had time to check the news yet. I'm just trying to get a hold of everyone. This is fucked up." Mike hit the button on the voice chat. He didn't want to keep typing. There wasn't time. Michael and Marin, their sweet baby, came on. He was only 30, but was definitely someone who carried a lot on his shoulders. His stress level, mostly due to anxiety, was far more than anyone his age should have to deal with. Today was definitely not going to be better than any normal day. Mike said, "Hey, I got the entire neighborhood's kids over here from the bus route. Everyone's coming for them, but I can't leave them until I get another adult over here. I have to go get Emily, unless somehow McKenzie could get her. Hey, McKenzie is calling right now. Let me get back to you." "Sounds good. Thanks." Mike hit the family tracker app that they all had so they would always know where the kiddos were, given they had their phones and that Lily had her damn phone charged because it was so difficult to remember to plug it in. It didn't hurt that most of her friends didn't have phones yet, and she didn't have a lot of people outside of aunts and grandparents to chat with. He saw Emily was on a side street off of 2nd Avenue, a road which she usually wouldn't go down because there were definitely some rough spots along the way. He did a screenshot of it and sent her GPS location to Mackenzie's messenger. Mike didn't have anyone's numbers in his phone. He always had a rule of thumb that there was little reason to have a married woman's number in your phone. Mike called Emily, who was out of breath. "Yeah, hi. Is Tony okay?" "Are you okay?" "Is Tony okay?" Mike loved how much he loved her kids, but sometimes prying an answer out of her was next to impossible. "I talked to him, but to be honest, I don't know. His car is dead, so he's going to try and find someone with a car to get home. His girlfriend Holly is with him, so I wouldn't be surprised if they both came." "Did she spend the night?" "There's more important things going on right now than if our son is getting some." "Oh my God, don't call it that." "Okay, Mother Mary. I forgot we were both innocent young virgins when we made love our first time on our wedding night." Emily took a moment, putting the phone down and taking a long, deep breath. She said, "So we don't know about him yet?" "No, we don't know at all. And he got rid of the family tracker app. I told him to let me know when he is safe. That isn't why I'm calling, though." "Okay. What else could you be worried about?" "My wife getting back home and safe. I can't run to get Tony anyways because I still have a ton of kids in the living room. We are keeping everything closed up until we get some parents to come and pick up the kids. We might have to drop them off Jake's windowsill." "You will not." "Emily, we don't have time for this right now. I called to make sure you were okay, but also to tell you that we might have a ride for you. Is there some place that you can hide and not worry about getting eaten?" "Who is going to give me a ride?" "I was talking to Michael next door. He said that McKenzie got called in and is at the hospital. He was just getting a call from her. He saw me when John and some other girl was trying to eat me in the street and the backyard. I asked him to shoot her, but he must have thought I was kidding. I was pretty close to losing Harley, too." "Is she all right? Oh my God, I would feel horrible if anything happened to her." "I love you too, dear." "Are you all right?" "Besides being sick, yes, I'm all right." "Good. Then shut up." "I just love you, baby. Can you find somewhere to hide?" Emily looked around the neighborhood, trying to decide if indeed there was somewhere she could hide. She looked at a pickup truck that was jacked up 2 feet higher than the already tall truck should have been. She looked at the topper atop of it and thought, why not just hide up there? Emily realized climbing this behemoth of a truck might be more difficult than originally imagined. She got her shoes on the lug nuts and gripped onto the end of the hood next to the window. A tapping came from the house on the window. Emily looked, thinking if another girl wanted to have a damn doll picked up, that she very well was going to rip its head off this time. She looked at the home's picture window and saw a guy with an impressive handlebar mustache, as well as a get-it-dirty baseball cap on. He was motioning for her to get down from the truck. Emily pointed to the house to be let in, and he took no time in shaking his head no. Emily shrugged, pulling herself up onto the hood and smiling as she felt her metal buttons scraping across the hood. He pounded on the windows and Emily ignored him. When she got to the top, she lay flat, hoping that these things wouldn't be able to sniff her out. The man would not quit smashing the window. He was doing everything he could to draw attention that he wasn't going to want in the long run. Emily hit the camera option on her phone, setting it next to her and twisting her head so she could see if this screaming was bringing any newly dead their way. It wasn't any dead. It was an entire horde of the dead. She set the phone down as quietly as possible. The horde raced down the street. Their mouths were covered in blood, and it ran down their fronts. She looked around the neighborhood, and minus the guy in the window still pounding out of absolute ignorance, there was no one to be seen. The dead continued walking straight for the house. There wasn't anything but one path in mind for them. When the man finally tried to put 2 plus 2 together, he just barely was able to fathom what was going to be happening next. The dead pushed up against the house. The ones in front were pounding the glass until it finally broke and shattered. The dead continued pounding on the shards, not caring about the cuts that they were inflicting on themselves. Those behind them were just as impatient to get into the house and to eat anything that was available. They began climbing up and over those in their way. The man brought out a baseball bat, but after the first 3 or 4 of them, the hits lost a lot of their power. The man dropped the bat, making his way into the house and out of her sight. Emily could only hear the screams of the man coming from inside, and she was even more motivated now than ever about not letting them catch up to her. She stayed on the roof, holding her breath, not wanting to make a peep. Chapter 10. Michael hit the answer button on Mackenzie's face. The fact that his wife worked in Des Moines had seemed like it was a hop and a skip on any other day. Now it felt like she might as well be working in California. He loved her so much, but there was nothing in his gut feeling that told him he could or should take a baby into what could be the largest part of a zombie apocalypse. There was no shortage of reasons why taking the baby out was a horrifically bad idea. McKenzie came up on his FaceTime. "Michael, is Marin all right?" "Yes, dear, and so am I. Thank you for—" "You answered. Relax. I love you, but I didn't know if you'd taken Marin out to her sitter's house yet or not." "No, I wasn't in a rush this morning, and I'm running late. Are you still at the hospital?" "Yeah. The news is broadcasting all these crazy things. I don't understand what is happening. It doesn't make any sense." "Did security lock your floor down?" "I have no idea. We've been watching the news and keeping a watch on the ground below." "Did you park in the ramp this morning?" "I did. I got here early." "Can you make it to the SUV?" "I have one lady still in labor. I can't leave her." "What about her baby?" "How close is she?" "It doesn't matter." "Is there still a doctor there to deliver it?" "Honey, you aren't listening. I'm not leaving until this baby is born. I'll lock the room after that and leave." Michael was pacing the kitchen. He should have known this could be an issue, but was hoping it was a slow baby day. "Well, Emily was on her way to work, and she was in the middle of it." "Oh my God. Is she all right?" "She was the last time that Mike talked to her, but she lost her car or crashed it. I don't know. Mike was hoping you might be able to stop by and get her, if it is safe, of course." The woman behind Mackenzie began screaming, and when she turned around to see what was happening, a thud at the door came. Her friend Megan was up against the door. Mackenzie went to open it, but stopped when she saw she had bloody hands. Her eyes were insane, and her face was purple. Mackenzie let go of the handle and backed away. She knew better, but didn't know how she was going to escape this floor once her job had been taken care of. There was no way she could just leave this woman by herself, either. The woman in labor screamed again, but this time it was not in pain. It was pure rage. She screamed, "Hank, if you don't wake up right now, I'm going to cut your dick off!" The man jumped, kicking off a cover. Mackenzie had adopted the room from one of her friends, and had been so busy racing in and out of all the rooms that she'd never noticed there was a husband sound asleep in the room with her. It would give her peace of mind that there'd be someone to watch out for her while she could only watch out for those smaller than her. Hank rolled to his side, falling off the couch, popping up and sliding off his feet and back to the floor. The woman, Jane, said, "Good God, Hank! I mean, you're in the right place, but could you possibly not get injured in the hospital while we are waiting for the baby to come?" Hank sat down on the couch. He was heaving for breath and held up a finger. "Do you realize you woke me up when your water broke, screaming your head off that you were dying? You woke me up in the patient room telling me that someone was trying to kill you. The nurse was being very touchy with the blood pressure monitor. Is there a reason that you need to sleep through every moment of this magical experience?" "I was working for 40 hours straight on call with the fire department, as you know. I didn't know that you were going to go into labor a week early. I'm sorry that I was missing some of these very magical memories." "I know that you are not giving me shit or sarcasm right now, are you?" Hank thought of a million things that he wanted to say at this moment, and none of them would leave him married after this 10-month pregnancy from hell was over. If his one and only God loved him, he would get his wife back. The sane, happy, relaxed wife whom he missed more than sex. Well, almost as much as sex. No, dear, of course not. I'm very sorry, though, for anything and everything wrong that I have said. Do you need me to get the nurse? She's right here. You are literally sleeping through everything, and there's something crazy going on inside of the city. I'm so scared. McKenzie took the blind on the door and pulled it down slowly. She smiled nervously, and from the screams coming on the other side of the door, she wasn't going to have any chance of getting help from a doctor with this delivery. She ran through 1,000 hours of her nursing degrees, and was never happier that she'd never once chosen the easy GPA class out of her options. Hank cleared his throat and said, "What's going on outside?" He looked to McKenzie, who was not breaking the news of what could be the end of the world to a complete stranger. If they needed to know a medical answer, she was the woman for the job. This didn't have anything to do with her job. However, it was keeping her here longer than she knew she would be staying. Michael would understand, but having to try and explain that to a baby who'd one day be a young girl, young woman, and a woman walking down the aisle, why her mom wasn't there to watch her, would be tough. Jane said, "People are eating each other in the street. It has been all over the news, and you'd already know that had you been awake, Hank." Hank looked up at the news, seeing people running for their lives. The only thing being shown was security footage of attacks. He walked up to the screen, watching a group of people jumping a man and tearing into his arms, legs, and back. Hank felt his pockets, realizing just how naked he felt at the moment. "I promise I won't ever sleep again." When another thud came from the door, Hank looked, realizing that there was not just something going on in the streets, but inside as well. This was bigger than he could possibly believe. Jane started to scream again, and McKenzie could see that she was beginning to crown. She lay back on the table. There was a pain like she'd never before experienced. The anesthesiologist had never had time to come, which she wasn't overly surprised about. McKenzie, who didn't know why, said, "It's going to be okay, Jane. I promise. We'll get this little baby out and take care of both of you. I just need you to be strong." "It hurts." "It's going to, Jane. I need you to be strong. You are going to be okay. I promise. I just need you to hold on for a few more minutes and push when I tell you to. Can you do that for me, please?" "I don't know. I can try." McKenzie had been doing this for 7 years and had delivered more babies than she'd ever be able to remember. The only ones that followed her were the tragic cases, where the woman had a stillborn, or the baby had a condition that they could not treat, or did not know about prior to delivery. She shook off the small amount of experience which made an otherwise extremely fulfilling career imperfect. McKenzie watched and tried to stay calm. "Okay, Jane, I just need you to push as hard as you can. I mean it, okay? We are going to make every one of these count, and you'll have that baby in your arms in no time." "Yeah, honey, you're going to do great." "Hank?" "Yeah, Jane?" "I hate you, and you suck. Don't ever stick that thing in me again." McKenzie ducked under her line of sight. With the exception of parents seeing the brand-new babies for their very first time, the things that women said in a time of pain, worry, stress, and the unknown coming down their path were absolutely priceless. The men were in so much fear that they never uttered a word back, if they were smart. She could see Hank, and wondered if blood was going to come from his tongue for as hard as he had been biting it at this moment. Within 15 minutes, there was a newborn baby crying in her mother's tired arms, and Dad sitting on a stool next to them, his face soaked in sweat and smiling tiredly. Once McKenzie got everything possible situated, bandaged, and did a wellness check on the baby, She felt like if she left the room, there'd be no judgment put on her. This was the woman's first, and she'd done wonderfully, and if she could keep safe in this room with minimum movement, she'd be okay. McKenzie hoped that they'd be able to do that. She checked the fridge, showing Hank that there was plenty of food for the baby in there if she wasn't able to take to Mom. There were more diapers and other products than necessary for a typical few days' stay. When she'd seen the shit hitting the fan, she had gone through the nurse's station and grabbed a pretty impressive amount of food. It wouldn't leave anyone jealous of them, but it would keep them from starving under the worst circumstances, which they currently were dealing with. When the first of the dead entered the floor, she'd rushed into the room, locking and barricading the door with a chair. She pulled the blind back slowly on the door, doing what she could to keep from drawing any attention to her or the room she was leaving. She had 50 routes in her head that she could take to get to her car, and each of them seemed like a great idea until she had to actually remember them as she raced through the hallways. She checked her watch and knew Des Moines would be at its worst right now, with the rush-hour morning traffic coupled with the impending zombie apocalypse going on in the hospital. Hank said, "Hey, little lady, you be safe out there, all right?" "I will, I can assure you. I've got my own little one to get home to. Now you do everything for her that I wrote down, and if you guys try to make a run for it, then please put the two of them in a wheelchair. I don't want any stitches getting torn." Jane smiled and whispered, "Good luck. Get going now, please." McKenzie nodded, not saying anything else, as she took one look at the hallway and the nurse desk out front, seeing a break with no one in her path. McKenzie opened the door, sliding out in a crouch, and sitting there for a second, looking left, then right. That moment of "this is going to be easy" dissipated quickly. Her friend and fellow nurse Meredith came sprinting down the corner. McKenzie watched her, seeing that look on her face was the one which she wanted not to see. It was full of fear, and was not a look of her being a meal. Erica was on her tail, and the two of them weren't stopping for anything. Meredith yelled as she approached, motioning for McKenzie to get up. She didn't take long to get the drift and popped up to her feet. McKenzie asked, "Are you okay? Are you both okay?" Erica, never shy to give the facts, yelled, "Do we look okay? We are running. Who the hell runs when they're okay? There's 3 doctors coming down that hallway. We waited past everyone because of some moral fiber apparently we have. We wanted to take care of our patients before we left. McKenzie, what are you doing here?" "I was doing the same thing. I don't think my husband was very happy about it." "What did he expect you to do?" "He protects people he knows at his job. He doesn't have the joy of not getting to know them intimately, so I think it makes us more prone to wanting to protect them." No one answered, because the doctors they'd been speaking of came around the corner, flesh falling from their mouths. McKenzie noticed one horrible fact. This was something which she'd really been hoping for almost immediately after Meredith had mentioned that there were 3 doctors coming her way. McKenzie had hoped, no, prayed, that the doctors were not the 3 that participated in multiple Ironman events each year, and when they weren't doing that, were training for 26-mile runs for shits and giggles. The guys crapped salad and peed kale. The short amount of free time they had was religiously spent on a bike, under weights, or whatever kind of exercise equipment they could get their hands on. Erica was behind, trying to keep up, and McKenzie and Meredith were running like their lives depended on it, which they did, of course. Erica flipped a wheelchair alongside her. The doctor in front didn't know it had fallen. He tripped over it, twisting his legs in the wheels. The second doctor jumped above his fallen comrade, who was already kicking the chair out of his way so that he could regain the chase for food. Erica looked back, seeing it had somewhat worked. The new lead zombie doctor was gaining with every second. She yelled to McKenzie and Meredith, "I gotta go another way! He's catching up to me!" McKenzie yelled, "Don't split up! We can get to my car!" Erica didn't take that advice and stopped short, lying flat for a second, letting the doctor fly past her. He snapped his neck around to see where his prey had gone. She knew she was now in the middle of it. She took one last look, watching her friends running across the bridge to the parking ramp. Its glass was smeared all across with blood and gore. Erica pushed off her back foot, giving it her all. The doctor, who'd been tricked temporarily, was joined by the wheelchair doc, and they followed her down a parallel glass-covered bridge to another of the parking ramps. McKenzie watched her friend as the two caught up to her. Erica could hear their footsteps. They were sloppy and loud, since they weren't worried about catching their prey, and they had nothing but confidence. The doctors leapt at the same time, grabbing onto her. The three of them slammed into the glass window with her face leading the path. Erica hit so hard that she almost knocked herself out. She tried to shake the fuzz out, trying to figure out what was going on. When her head started firing off again, like it should be, she realized what she was feeling. Erica could hear horrible chewing on something very wet. She tilted her head up and saw both doctors with their backs to her. Her stomach had been ripped open, and they were fighting over whatever the two were pulling from her stomach. Erica screamed bloody murder. The two doctors turned around immediately, their blue scrubs and white lab coats soaked with her innards. The faces were dripping with bits of her guts falling out as they chewed like their lives depended on it. She tried backing up, but Erica was up against the glass, and other than breaking it and falling to her death, there was nowhere to go. Erica's screaming did nothing in the way of turning the doctors off from their meal. They both lunged towards her face at the same time. The doctor on the left bit into her cheek, tearing through it with his incisors so hard that when he pulled back, she could have stuck her tongue out from it. She tried to reach up with her hand, as if it or anything was going to make any of these circumstances better, but it was instinct, and she wanted to do something to help with her pain. It would seem the second doctor did too, because he brought his head down and in so fast towards her face that he broke Erica's nose with it. She was the only one who felt the pain, and when the doctor saw the fresh, warm blood hitting his face, he reached down, clenching onto the upper bone part of her nose, biting and ripping at it like a wild dog until he was able to tear it free. Erica tried to punch at them and kicked, but her screams didn't stop until the cheek biter moved down to her jugular and tore into her neck. She watched the ceiling through blood-filled eyes as she drifted into a temporary death. Her next life would not be nearly as pleasant, minus today, as this one had been. McKenzie and Meredith watched over their shoulders as they sprinted through the bridge. Meredith screamed, "Oh my God! Oh my God! They... McKenzie could see the door ahead getting closer with every step. She was doing everything she could to focus on what was important, but that doctor whom she'd seen daily for the last few years, ripping her neck apart with no remorse. McKenzie looked behind her, realizing that the third one was not eating Erica, but was currently busy with making up the distance since it had tripped on the wheelchair. McKenzie yelled, "There's still one more! You need to run faster, Meredith!" Meredith tried to run faster, but she was going as fast as her body would allow. As they made it to the door, McKenzie realized that this door wouldn't slam shut, so once it was open, it was going to stay that way, long past the time needed for them to get through. When their approach to the door came, the fact that there'd be no rest for the weary hit home. McKenzie had both hands out, ready to push the door open. Meredith had caught up to her, and the last doctor was screaming and hollering behind them. There was nothing he was saying which made any sense. He swiped at Meredith's hair, gripping a few strands of it and yanking back. Her head snapped back, but it was only for a millisecond. The pain in the rear of her head exploded, but it was temporary and not wet. When he reached the second time, she jumped to the side and thought quickly, kicking his foot behind him and sending him face first into the closed door of the two. McKenzie saw it as she looked back and smiled, thinking that for some reason everything was going to be better and safer if they got to her vehicle. The benefit of being a nurse was getting to work before the butt crack of dawn, which meant getting a close parking spot. That had been a much easier thing to deal with before they'd had Marin, who she would not trade for anything. McKenzie felt for her keys, which were at the nurse station, locked up in her purse, which did her absolutely no good right now. There was no way that she would ever make it back in and out without getting caught by one of those things. Then she remembered the hide-a-key Michael had put on the bottom of her car after she'd locked herself out enough times when she was pregnant and a bit absent-minded. She told herself when she had Marin that she'd take it off, but could never think of a real good reason why not to have it. Meredith caught up to her, and McKenzie said, "I need to grab my hide-a-key. I forgot my keys were in my purse." Meredith was going to say something, but she didn't have her car keys either. Meredith nodded, giving a thumbs up. A scream came from behind them, and the doctor whom she had just tripped came around the corner, eyes insane and face purple. With the dim lighting in the parking garage, he looked even more horrifying. McKenzie ran to the back tire, finding the key box and fumbling with it to slide it open. It had a few months of grime buildup on it, and it was slippery. McKenzie took it in her scrubs and got it to break loose. When she saw the key, she felt a small victory and a sigh of relief. The doctor from behind could be heard getting closer, his yells louder and his footsteps growing harder with the anticipation, given he still felt those feelings as he got closer. McKenzie finally got the key in her hand, and she unlocked her door, holding it left for a moment longer to get Meredith's door open as well. As she got it unlocked, McKenzie wasted no time ducking into her seat. Meredith pulled her door open, and the thud of feet on the roof of the car next to her echoed. She wasted time that she should have spent getting into McKenzie's car with looking to see what the noise was. Once she saw it in the dimly lit ramp, it was too late. A zombie leapt off the roof from a pickup truck, flying straight forward and slamming into her. Meredith screamed, because her hand was half in the door and half out. The audible crunch sound came and could be heard both inside and outside the truck. McKenzie had already begun starting the vehicle and yelled, "No!" when she saw what had happened to Meredith. Meredith tried to put up her good arm to protect herself, but anything in front of the zombie was a meal worth eating. She realized this fact at the same time as the zombie, who had never been deterred by her arm. She brought up a foot straight to its crotch, sending it up in the air a few inches. It didn't so much as flinch when she connected with its groin. She tried to run away, but it caught her by the hair, pulling Meredith off balance and into McKenzie's door a second, third, and fourth time. He slammed her so hard that the glass spiderwebbed on the passenger door. McKenzie wanted to help her, but knew that getting out of the SUV was an absolute death sentence. Meredith screamed from outside as the zombie quit smashing her face into the window and brought up a black and purple tongue across the glass of the window. Meredith was barely whimpering now. Meredith could tell by the fluttering of her eyes that she was close to passing out, and if she wasn't, she would be very soon with the extreme stress that she was under. The zombie held her up against the window and noticed the blood dripping down her head. Her eyes rolled into the rear of her head. The zombie lifted her, looking at his meal, seeming to try and figure out a place to begin. It opened its mouth as wide as it could before clenching its teeth around her jugular and biting down, ripping until the flesh of her neck gave way and he was able to tear the skin away. McKenzie watched in horror as more blood than she had ever seen at once exploded from her neck, painting the window. her cheek pressed up firm against it and slid down, leaving a streak as she slid slowly. McKenzie went to put the window down and halted. There was nothing she could do for her. She wiped her eyes, trying not to feel the guilt, until she saw a laminated picture of Marin from her daycare and knew she wasn't just leaving to save her life, but to be in the life of her daughter. She took a steadying breath, trying to mute the screams from Meredith, and put the SUV into reverse and punched the gas, watching the reverse cam as she spun the wheel and backed into an exit. McKenzie watched Meredith and her zombie as she spun from backing the SUV up. The two fell to the ground. Meredith tried to get up and run, but by now the zombie doctor, who had been racing to catch them in the hallway, was now feet away, and he knocked her to the ground a second time. Her last time. He took her by the sides of the head, lifting her up and slamming her skull into the hard, unforgiving concrete below. McKenzie choked on a scream as she watched the man, who was relentless, even with the other zombie trying to tear her away from his grip. He did not stop until he got what he wanted. When a crack from the back of her skull echoed, he flipped Meredith over, burying his hands into the rear of her skull, and pried until her skull split open. He buried his face into the rear of her skull, looking like a dog with a treat that would be dangerous to try and remove from it. Meredith did not move again, and McKenzie hit the phone button on the SUV's steering wheel. It only rang once before Michael answered. He only cared about two things, and one of them had been answered when she called. He asked, "Did you get out of there? Did you get to your car?" "I did. Meredith and Erica were okay, and we took the bridge." "Okay, great. Bring them here. Just get out of the hospital. It is crazy, right?" "Yeah, it's a nightmare. I don't have anyone with me anymore. They didn't make it. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to forget it either. Those things are vicious. You keep our door shut and don't let anything in. If anything happened to you or Marin, I don't know what I'd do, Michael." Michael had his holster on his hip from his job, and he'd grabbed all of his personal protection by now and had it lined up on the kitchen table, locked, stocked, and ready to go. "We will be just fine. Are you going to try and pick up Emily? I mean, what are the roads looking like?" "I don't know yet about the roads. I'm still on my way out of the parking ramp. I still have another flight to go. I'm going to get Emily. No way she wouldn't do anything she could to try and save anyone she knew. Or didn't know. I'm sending you her message from Mike. It has her spot. Just click it and it'll tell you where she is. You aren't very far. You just need to go down a side street, it looks like." "Yes, Michael. I'm aware of how my phone works. I'll be home as soon as I can. Send her and Mike a message, letting her know that I am on my way, please. I want to keep both hands on the wheel. I have a sick feeling University Avenue is going to be a freaking mess. Be careful. I love you. I love you too. Give Marin a squeeze and a smooch for me. I'm going to get home just as quick as I can, and we can try and figure out what to do next after that. I just want you home. Michael, after I get Emily, I promise we are headed straight home. I'd take some of those country roads home. I would like to think that you will have better luck and less traffic. I love you. Keep our baby safe. Is Milo doing good?" "Will do. I gotta go. He's barking at something." McKenzie was going to say one other thing, but Michael hit the end button. She peeled around the corner, spinning tires and never letting off the gas. She approached the ramp, and there were a group of zombies kneeling over an unlucky patron of the hospital. She punched the gas, feeling like she was ready to get a little revenge on those who were causing so much harm and pain in the world this morning. McKenzie hit the speed bump next to the security guard who waved people in and out. The small SUV jumped up into the air, sending her 2 feet vertical, and the bottom of the SUV scraped across, hitting them in the head and sending them off their prey and down to the ground. She heard a chorus of bones breaking as she came back down to earth. The vehicle's suspension contracted until there wasn't any room left for it. It bounced back up, and the tires skidded a second time. She refused to let off the gas until she was far, far, far away from this place, which had taught her so much and given her so many amazing memories. McKenzie raced out into the street, pulling the wheel to the left and swerving to miss 2 different cars before she spun the wheel again to race down the street towards Emily's location. Chapter 11. Michael looked to the front of the house. Their dog Milo, a 12-inch white Maltese, was losing his mind in front of the window. Michael was going to laugh, watching the dog practically flipping in front of the window until pounding started hitting it. Michael grabbed Milo, trying to get him to stop barking, but the task was futile. He ran to the cupboard, grabbed a jar, and stuck 2 fingers into it. He ran back to Milo, jamming his fingers in his mouth and putting easily a 1/4 cup of peanut butter in the small dog's mouth. He choked at first until he got a glob of it down, then began licking relentlessly, trying to get to the end of it. Michael took another fingerful, sticking them into his mouth for a second time. The large amount of treats that he wasn't used to made forgetting about the stranger danger outside easy. The window exploded from the patio, and he slipped a pair of shooting hearing protection cups on Marin's young sensitive ears and held her tightly to his chest. He placed Milo in the duffel bag as he was running out of the room looking for places to put things. Michael put a magazine in his back pocket and zipped the bag shut to keep Milo down, as well as keeping him from jumping out. Michael looked in the backyard, not seeing anyone back there. He thought about going out into the backyard, but didn't have any way of seeing if there was anyone in the side yard. He had too much stuff right now, and with Marin and Milo both squirming, he didn't want to risk it. Michael grabbed his semi-automatic rifle off of the table and put the strap around his neck to back. The glass broke a second time. This one was more intense, and a body fell through. It was new Peter, the neighbor that had moved into the old Peter's house, but wasn't the most talkative, so he'd been deemed new Peter instead. New Peter locked eyes on Michael and Marin and became enraged. Michael tossed Marin into her high chair and clicked the lock on it. Michael rolled her around the corner and into the bathroom, shutting the door. Michael turned around just in time to see new Peter running towards Michael, who was trying to get his rifle up in time. Milo had been jumping too much, and he had put the loop of the duffel bag around the barrel hanging down on the rifle. He tried pulling it up to get it loose, but there wasn't enough time. New Peter started running straight for the high chair, apparently wanting the easy meal. Michael ran straight for him, grabbing his outstretched arm and holding on tight as he used new Peter's forward momentum to swing him around. Michael let go, losing his grip on his wrist, and new Peter flew forward, crashing into the flat-screen television resting on the stand. New Peter hit it with such force that his head buried 2 inches into it. When he tried to pull back, the glass had gotten stuck in his scalp. New Peter lifted his head, and in doing so, the television, when he tried to free himself. He was finally able to push the television up off his head. Michael watched, feeling his stomach turn as the skin from around new Peter's ears began to peel up slowly from his skull with each inch until he finally got it off enough to throw the television across the room, leaving himself a skin bowl cut raised up in the air. Marin began screaming and crying, as any baby would if they were trapped inside a bathroom. He was glad that they didn't need to see the skin tornado going on atop of his head. New Peter looked around, trying to find Michael or Marin, but his eyes were soaking wet with blood. Michael clicked the button on his backpack, letting it slide down to the ground. New Peter finally realized he needed to get the blood out of his eyes before he would be able to see again. He finally wiped the blood from his eyes and was able to see somewhat. When that happened, he was able to see Michael and rushed directly for him. Michael used the gun's stock to strike him in the face, then put up a foot, kicking him in the stomach to continue New Peter's momentum backwards towards the window. He kept racing towards him and hit New Peter a second time with the gun. New Peter went backwards out the window, and when he tried to get back up, Michael had decided not to use the butt. Instead, he was ready to use the other end of the gun. Michael flicked off the safety and squeezed off 2 quick rounds in succession. New Peter's head exploded out the back, and the rage in his eyes seemed to dim as he fell to his final death off the patio's concrete step. Michael looked around. Seeing there was no shortage of attention he'd received, he ran to the china hutch and slid it across the floor and up against the broken window. He ran to Marin, getting the buckle off of her waist, and pulled her up. He unzipped the bag a few inches so Milo could see again. Michael backed up against the kitchen wall where the china hutch had previously been and slid down it, catching his breath and doing all he could to try and keep an anxiety attack from taking over. Milo whimpered in the bag until he was free and climbed Michael's chest, licking his clean-shaven face. Michael rubbed his head and went to the bathroom, getting Marin, who stopped crying and leaned against her dad's chest, putting her pacifier back into her mouth and finding the comfort of her binky and having her dad's scent under her nose. Michael readjusted the ear protection on her and took some hope in the gunshots ringing in the far distance. He hoped to God that they were shots of victory, leaving the dead where they landed alongside the smoking bullet casings on the ground. Chapter 12. Mom and Dad's Townhome, Ankeny, Iowa. Mike's mom, Diane, was outside, watering her plants on the front step and at the end of her walkway. She and her husband of 50 years had been at the townhome ever since they'd sold their ranch, which also had been located in Ankeny. When Denny was getting ready to retire for his second time, his first from the Air Guard where he'd been a jet mechanic, and his second career where he'd taken his other skills where he could pretty much fix anything with wheels and had begun working for an auto shop as a mechanic. Upon his final retirement, he'd decided it was time to be done caring for 2 houses that each had a hell of a yard to mow, and had settled for a house where they could pay someone to take care of the yard in the summer and snow in the winter, which could be brutally cold in Iowa. She waved at the school children getting on their buses. She didn't know any of them, but as long as they were respectful, Diane loved any and all children. None so much as how much she cared for her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She watched until the bus was out of sight and went to turn around and walk back in as her watering can ran out. Tires screeched from out of her view. She walked a few steps down the driveway before she saw a car race down the side street of the dead end they lived on. She screamed, not expecting to see a car, let alone a car coming out of nowhere and crashing into the mailbox. The driver, who'd not worn a seatbelt, flew through the windshield with enough force to fly 15 feet from her driver's seat. Diane's stomach turned, and being the saint she was, dropped her can and began running straight for the woman. She reached for her cell phone, but she wasn't like 20-somethings and forgot that it was on the kitchen counter, more than likely. Diane made the sign of the cross when the woman got up slowly. Diane stopped running and slowed to a walk. The woman seemed to be looking around, dazed and confused, which she thought would be perfectly normal. She cringed when she saw the woman's face and appearance. The skin on her face was purple, at least the skin that hadn't been torn off as she had slid on the pavement. A woman driving by stopped her car, being closer than Diane had been, and she rushed over to her. When the injured purple driver saw the woman, she met her in the middle. The driver had taken off in a dead sprint, startling the woman, who was yelling, "Are you all right? Are you all right? You shouldn't be running. Please stay still." She didn't take the advice of the woman, and took off at an in-it-to-win-it sprint. When the woman who was only trying to do good realized that this wasn't going the way that she wanted it to, it was already too late to save herself. She turned to run and was barely turned halfway around when the woman leapt off her feet, diving towards her and tackling her, smashing the woman into the sidewalk. She tried to scream for help, but the woman buried her teeth into the side of her neck. She actually choked on her own scream, unable to let it out because of how bad it hurt and how hard she'd hit her. Diane screamed, wanting to help the stranger, but didn't know what she could possibly do. A car horn blared from behind her. Diane spun around just in time to see a car coming from the busy street, usually filled with buses and commuters making their way to Des Moines to work. Ankeny was primarily a commuter town. It was far enough from Des Moines, or at least the bad parts of it, that the crime rate was substantially lower than in the less than desirable parts of the inner city. 3 cars came flying up through the ditch that separated her small townhome community with the rest of traffic. The cars launched into the air, each landing in a different spot of the 2-lane short road they lived on. Diane, who had never had a reason to be scared for as long as they had lived there, was now absolutely terrified. A red Yaris came darting down the street straight towards where she was standing. The person behind the wheel looked as if they were asleep. They crashed into a decorative light pole in front of her house. The pole gave way to the weight of the car, falling to the ground. The bulb in it shattered on the ground. The driver, unlike the woman earlier, had her seatbelt on and was currently fighting to get out of the car. Diane squinted through the spider-webbed windshield, seeing that she had the same purple complexion as the lady who was still feasting on the neck of the woman who'd tried to do a good deed. The other 2 cars crashed into the garage across the street and the other light pole. One of the passengers burst through the window. She did not have a purple complexion, and she tried to move slowly, but she was severely injured. Diane was frozen, looking around at everything happening. It was too much to take in. The thought of getting inside had become a relevant idea that she very much enjoyed. The security of the heavy front door didn't break her heart. The woman crawling away did not make it far before the driver of that car, who didn't seem smart or realize that getting out of the car would be easier through the door, decided that crawling out of the shattered windshield would be easier. It made it out inches at a time, crawling and getting his face ripped apart as well as his arms and stomach. When he finally got to the hood, he stood, running and jumping off of it, landing on the woman's spine. He took each side of her head in both hands and began smashing her face into the cement. Diane was frozen in place. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It made her think that one of her son Mike's books had come to life in the worst way. Her inner voice was screaming at herself to move, to pick up her legs and move, to move until she got back into her house, locked the doors, and could call the police. She could barely blink, though. The sight of the person getting her head bashed in on the concrete was unfathomable. She saw her retired neighbor Irv come out of his garage holding a shovel. He wasn't the greatest walker with his hip replacement, but he could still definitely get around. When he got close, he brought the shovel up. He brought the side of it down as hard as his aged muscles could offer. When the shovel hit, it sent him off of the woman, who it was unfortunately too late for anyways. Unfortunately for Irv, he was now getting all of the purple man's attention. He raced straight for Irv before he could get the chance to bring the shovel back up. The top of the man's head exploded, and he fell to the side. Irv rolled to his waist and did a half-assed army crawl inside to his garage. A moment later, the door was going down. Diane wasn't sure if she heard the shot first or saw the result of it. Diane realized that at least her neck muscles were still moving. Diane saw the greatest thing she might have ever seen in her life. Her husband of 50 years and counting, Denny, with his golden tan arm sticking out of his red Silverado, holding a pistol, unshaking. He bought a new truck every other year, and when people asked why, he'd just say, "I never thought that I was going to live this long, and since I am, I might as well have the best truck that I can." She started taking in more details about the truck, and could tell from the looks of it that he had been forced to probably deal with a few of these things on his way home. The normally immaculately washed pickup looked like what she could only assume were bits of brains had been scattered around the side of it, and a few new holes that she was confident had not been part of the truck's package were in the door frame. She tried to smile at Denny, who was already changing the direction of his pistol to the last car that had crashed. When the last car's door slammed open, Denny was already leveling his pistol at it. When he squeezed off the gun, it clicked on empty. Denny floored the truck, racing to the zombie before it could make it to Diane, who was slowly regaining the use of her muscles. He never let off the gas until he slammed into the man, who had locked eyes with the love of his life. The giant Silverado was enough to decimate the man and send him back 15 feet, skidding and bouncing to an ugly stop. Denny waited for a 3 count, watching him, and when the man started to rise back up from the ground, he floored it a second time, connecting the bumper of the truck with his head. A thud echoed through the townhome community when it did, and Denny backed the truck up, racing straight backwards and hitting the original woman who had started off their zombies on the block. By the time Denny had taken the last of what would probably be many out, he brought Diane back to the real world. Denny screamed as he honked the horn when coming back up to park in their slope of a driveway. He squealed the tires up to their driveway. "Diane, get in the damn house! Now! What are you doing outside in the first place?" She snapped out of her temporary funk. Diane nodded and ran back up to the house, slamming the windowless door and locking it. Denny hit the door to the garage and backed his truck into the tight stall space. He hit the button again as he stopped inside the garage. He got out of the pickup, stepping down a little too fast and hard, and held on tight to the side of his pickup bed, feeling like his back might slip out of place, which wasn't anything that he needed. He remembered in his 20s that he'd been invincible. Not so much the case anymore. When he looked it over, he wasn't very pleased about the state of it. Denny was a man's man, and was proud of what he'd accomplished with his life, and took pride in those things that he had acquired. He was a firm believer that not having a clean truck or a lawn that was without weeds or not cut straight and regularly was just not an option. When the time came to purchase something, he believed that it was absolutely still worth it to spend an extra few dollars on an American-made product. He didn't believe in giving handouts, hippies getting to do drugs, and wasn't the biggest fan of the general way that all millennials thought they wanted to take this country. While all of these kids were trying not to leave college and their safe places, he went down to the recruiting station during Vietnam and willingly and proudly signed up to join the military. His body had suffered over the years, but his children had been provided every single thing which he could offer them, and he'd never regretted it a day in his life. The garage door opened to the house, which led to a mudroom and a nervous wreck of a wife who was standing in the doorway. She watched in awe that he was worried about and looking at his pickup truck. She almost never yelled loud enough to startle someone, but she flipped a switch on when she saw that he was inspecting his truck and not getting his ass in the house. "What in God's name are you doing, Dennis Lee Evans? Why aren't you in the house? Are you really looking at your truck right now?" Denny knew that there was no intelligent excuse. He used a failsafe and said, "You know what? I think I better get inside. Might be time to check on my blood sugar. You wouldn't want me to have an episode here in the garage, would you, my love?" "You are going to get a foot in the ass, is what you are going to get, Dennis. Actually, let me see your shot. I can find somewhere to stick that needle if you don't get in this house and do it right now." Denny opened the rear door of his truck, grabbing 2 cartons of cigarettes. He stuffed them under his shirt, which didn't actually allow for any room to put anything under there. His grandpa's stomach took up plenty of room. When he looked down and saw the 2 rectangles in his shirt, he took them out and would just own up to the fact that these might just be his last 2 cartons on Earth. The very thought of this made Denny pat his chest for reassurance he had a pack sitting there, and he took one out and lit up for good measure. Diane was going back and forth between the bathrooms and the windows. Denny watched her for a second while sitting down at the counter and checking his blood. He asked, "What are you doing, Diane?" "I'm filling all the bathtubs with water." "Did the water turn off?" "Will it turn off, Dennis?" "I don't know." "Exactly, and that's why I'm filling it up. If worst comes to worst, we can boil the water in the tubs and use it to eat and drink." "Better keep mine as backup for flushing the shitter. I pee in my shower." "You are so immature." "No. When I was young, it was because I was immature. Now that I am 70, there's no way that I'm going to get out of the tub soaking wet and try not to slip and break my neck so I can pee 2 feet over." She thought of him on the ground with a broken hip and screaming for help or God knows what else, and she couldn't even get mad about it. She went to the rear of the room and closed the blinds. She didn't want anything from the inside drawing the attention of any of those purple freaks on the outside. There were other townhomes across the street and apartments behind them. She watched as people tried to get inside of their garages and scurried to get away. When they were thinking that they were safe, the zombies dived beneath the door as well. Diane cringed, thinking that the neighbors across the way thought that they were safe, but it only turned out that it was a false hope, and she could unfortunately make some pretty accurate guesses about what might be happening inside of those homes. She watched Denny, trying to be patient, as he did his injection into his abdomen. When he was done, he watched his wife like there was something he was supposed to say, something she was expecting. He almost felt bad that he had absolutely nothing to say. Diane asked, "How was it out there driving?" "Not a good day to be out cruising. I got up to coffee at the Ankeny Cafe just before 7. Half the guys who were regulars up there didn't show this morning. The staff looked like there were 2 sheets to the wind, so we all just ordered coffee. Didn't want their hands dishing up any food. I just figured I could grab a donut at Casey's or something from Taco John's when we were done. You know, those breakfast—" "Dennis, I don't care about your stomach right now." He waited a second, thinking about it, and she probably had a valid point. "So we were up at the diner, and Carrie was bringing me my coffee, like she does every morning. She had a sweat going and just couldn't look any shittier if she tried. So she was walking over and could barely get the pot to stay steady. Well, her husband Ryan was watching this and came over and finished off what she was doing. He looked like he was a day behind her, and he'd be looking like shit too. They went off and he sat her down at a table, checking her fever and not looking real damn hopeful about what he found when he checked her. I decided I'd just pay for my coffee and make a pot when I got home. After my bout of food poisoning back in February, I wasn't too keen on getting some other disease." "Amen to that. I've never been so scared in my whole life. For you, at least." "Not top of the chain for you that time." "No, I think Mike, 1 minute out of the womb and rushed off to emergency Nick surgery, and then finding out the doctor was doing surgery from a guy's directions in California was enough to make my heart hurt." Denny nodded. They had 3 children. Mike was a later surprise in life, having him when they were almost 30, which was considered old by the standards then, and would be young going off today's. So I sat there, not drinking coffee, and we watched the people. The traffic was light for rush hour, and all the school and work commuters. We sat there for just another couple of minutes before I had to go to church and drop off the soldiers. Well, when I came back out, Carrie was on the ground, and her husband was going nuts and smashing the cafe's phone on the counter because he couldn't get a call to go through to save his life. He was screaming, "What do you mean that all emergency lines are busy? That's the point of it being an emergency." "You aren't making me feel much better, Dennis." "I'm not trying to make you feel better, sweet cheeks. This is just the facts." "Well, thank God you aren't going to sugarcoat anything for me." "Do I ever?" "No, not in 50 years. Well, it isn't going to start today, either." So the owner's wife was flopping around on the floor, looking all purple and nuts like a bass. I stood over to the side, as there was nothing I could do. I looked to Highway 69, and it looked like 6 or 7 cars all smashed together out of nowhere. I went outside to see what the hell was going on, and people started getting out of their cars. Well, they didn't get out of their cars. They broke the windows out and were all purple and shit. They walked around on the street like everything was okay for a minute, before they started taking off in a run. Cars were swerving, trying not to hit them, but some of them teenagers who can't drive for shit were smashing into them left and right, though. When the drivers started getting out of their cars to see if they were all right, that was when all hell broke loose. Even worse. They started running and jumping in the air, landing on those who were trying to see if they were okay. I couldn't believe it when they began running and ripping their faces off. It was something horrible. I thought the same thing when I saw the lady come out of her windshield, only to jump up and tear into that poor person who was only trying to help. So was that when you left? Damn straight. There wasn't any reason or anybody that I liked that much that I need to stick around for anything. Shit hits the fan, you get out of the way of the fan. Then what happened to your pickup? I had my special parking spot on the side because you know how I feel about strangers and them parking next to me. Well, when I went to the side of my truck, there was a group of purple flesh-eaters racing down the alleyway. I don't know if it was the smell of the food coming from the restaurant, or if it was something else. Either way, though, there was no reason to stay. I tried getting in my pickup truck, and one of them ran up, hitting the door, and slammed the truck door shut and sent me back a few feet. When that happened, I had to be quick on my feet. Diane hadn't seen her husband so much as jog for longer than her 2 youngest grandkids, Jake and Lily, had been alive. You were quick on your feet, huh? Quick for me. I ran the few feet to get behind my tailgate and flipped the handle on it. When he chased me around the corner, I let the gate down and let him run into it, chest first. Now, he didn't die from that. He got right back up. I'd grabbed a towing chain out of my wood box I keep in the bed. When he came towards me a second time, I whipped it around his neck, which did less than expected as well. He gripped onto the chain and tried to pull me forward, but he was just a little yuppie fucker and couldn't pop a bubble if it was spit. Anyway, I pulled it off balance, and when it was down, I picked up the box that had the rest of the chains in it and brought it down on the back of its head. When it tried to get up one last time, I brought the box up over my head and brought it down so hard that I must have killed it or cracked its head open. Either way, it didn't get up after that. So what happened to your truck? Denny said. I wasn't done talking, Diane. So I had a smashed zombie by my feet. I ran around to get in the truck and 2 more came up. This time I got the door opened in time and grabbed my Colt. When they made it to the truck, I splattered their skulls onto the truck, and that's where I got a few new air holes for streaming. Why in the hell didn't you just get in on the passenger side instead of dealing with the tailgate? You were too old to deal with any of that. You need to be careful. I didn't have all the time that I was in need of, believe it or not, dear, Denny said with more than a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. Well, at least you're okay. I need to call everyone else. I need to know how everyone is doing. What you need to do is to help me start getting stuff rounded up on the main level. Would you please make some sense, Evans? I don't understand anything that you are talking about. How did everyone that tried to help them do while you were outside? Did anyone not die, or almost die when you were sitting outside? Exactly, because they need something to protect themselves with. You can't just shoot off guns in the middle of Ankeny, Dennis. The hell I can't. If they'd like to arrest me, I'd be more than happy to sit in an iron cell until which time this thing is over."
"You know you can't smoke in jail now, right?"
Denny, who'd never been in jail before, did not know this, and given he usually smoked close to a pack a day, this was not going to work in his favor. "They'll never take me alive, then."
"As long as you have your priorities worked out intelligently. I need to call the kids. Can you come unlock your safe and show me which guns you want brought up the stairs?"
"What do you mean, which guns? I want everything. You can't shoot it if it's locked up. It'll take us more than a few trips to get up and down the stairs that many times."
"You can only shoot one at a time, right?"
"Typically, but Mike can shoot one. Nate and Jeff kind of can shoot. Joe, Jacob, Lily. Do you want me to keep going?"
"Other than Mike and the kids, who is actually close? We don't have very many options for you to get guns to everyone. There is no way in hell that we are going to Des Moines. I can't imagine the mess going on there right now. I just pray everyone is safe. I feel so guilty that there isn't anything we can do for them."
"They've had their whole lives to move to Ankeny or to get out of Des Moines. No one ever told them it was a good idea to live in town anyway."
"Well, there isn't much point in wasting your air now about that, is there?"
"No, I suppose not."
"Then we are getting guns and bullets. Do you want your cases up here for them?"
"Yeah, let's get everything that we can up here. We don't have much time before it is going to be impossible to get somewhere. Maybe we get all but 3 or 4 guns put into the rear of my cab. If we need to get out of here, we need to be doing so quickly." Diane was nodding, not for a second considering that they might have to leave their beautiful home. She was meticulous in decorating it. Every room had a theme, and she'd never mentioned to Denny how much she had spent on the rooms to get them done. Any time he asked, he got the same answer, that it was on sale and you can't beat a bargain.
"Do you want to wait it out here by ourselves, or do you think we might be better off at Mike and the kids' house?"
"Why don't you call them first and see if they are even there? Maybe they are smarter than we are and already headed down to the lake house."
"Do you really think they would go straight down there without checking on us first or checking with anyone?"
"I don't know, Diane, now do I? Why don't you give them a call and then check on Sharon and Shauna? Who knows? Maybe Joe took her and Nate out to his mom's. She's so far away in her farm, it would be hard to say if they are even in any danger, if they could get there."
"Do you think we should go there?"
"I think you need to quit yapping and get calling over to Mike's, and then get your sweet ass going downstairs and call the girls after that. If he's there, then we will go over there. If he isn't, we head south. It's going to take forever to get there. We aren't going to be able to take the highways down there. It is going to be all back roads." Diane should have already known the answer prior to asking, but she couldn't help herself and asked,
"Do you know how to get down there on the gravel and back roads?"
Denny could get to any of Iowa's surrounding states without ever getting on the interstate. He replied, "I'm going to pretend that you didn't say what I just heard." The couple made their way downstairs. Denny got the gun cabinets opened up and found holsters for 3 of his pistols, one of which could shoot further than the compact Colt. He knew if he shot with one of his .357s or .44s that it would take the side of their damn heads off. He was pretty sure, as he loaded the 2 pistols, that if he was about a foot taller and 50 pounds lighter, he'd be a dead ringer for Clint Eastwood. He gave the Colt to Diane, along with a few additional magazines he had. Diane tried to protest, as she'd never been an avid shooter. Her dad had about killed Denny when they had been 19 and first dating, and Denny had, for some reason, allowed Diane to shoot his 12-gauge. It was made worse by the fact that it was a time in gun history where buttstocks didn't have the rubber padding. You were just supposed to be tough. Denny slid the small pistol back into a small holster and walked up to Diane, showing her that he wasn't asking this time. He stuck 2 fingers in her waistband and pulled it out as far as possible before jamming the holster clip into her pants. He pulled her sweater up and tucked it behind the gun. "This isn't the time to get gun-shy, Diane. The window shattered upstairs. The sounds of honking horns, screams of pain and rage and crying poured in. The two did not expect it to sound so horrible all at once. Diane said,
"We can't stay here any longer, Denny. We need to get out of here."
Denny wasn't opposed to the idea of keeping his wife safe, but he wanted to know more about what caused that noise up the stairs. He prided himself on a selection of guns, and for as long as his son Mike had shot guns with him, Mike had always said that having a rifle and a handgun, which could shoot the same caliber pistol cartridge, was better. It had taken him years, or more like a few decades, before he had decided that his boy, his only boy, could not be more right. When he'd retired for a second time, he'd celebrated with buying every damn gun that he'd ever wanted. Lever actions, carbines, pistols, and even a few for his grandsons. Denny whispered, "I want to know what in the hell just cracked that window."
"Why don't we just wait it out?"
"Because people will eventually come downstairs, and those purple freaks might fall down the steps at some point, and then we will have to deal with them." She was going to say something else, but Denny didn't want to waste any more time. He looked in his gun cabinets and picked out a rifle he'd picked up for so cheap that he thought he was ripping the dealer off, only to find out from Mike that it was a model that was made just a stayed over. They spent half their year making rifles and the other half manufacturing pistols. He'd only opted for the rifles from the company, but in doing so had picked up 3 of them to match 3 of his pistol calibers. He took the .45 and the 5 magazines he had for it, sliding 4 into his back 2 pockets and 1 into the gun. Diane watched as he went out of the back room. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be alive right now. Once they were done with whatever was going on in the house, they would get to Mike's house, and they would do it immediately, just after they got the guns and a bag of clothes in the truck. Or they would go to the lake.
"You be careful, Dennis Lee,"
Diane whispered. "Get her done." Diane rolled her eyes. She was absolutely in love with this man. But good Lord, she thought, he was sent here some days to put her good patience to the test. She watched Denny make his way slowly across the downstairs living room. He swung around, looking at the stairwell upstairs, and never said a word. Chapter 13. Ames, Iowa. Lucille cut in before Brett could intervene. Lucille snapped, "I don't understand what that could possibly mean. Don't fix what isn't broken. Everything is fucking broken. What are you talking about? We can't get out of here if those things are at the door, can we?" Holly looked around, and everyone was in agreement. "We also don't want to stay here because, well, we are going to starve. And at some point when we have to go to the bathroom, we are going to start making this place smell pretty horrible." "Okay, great, we leave. So how do we leave?" Lucille asked. She could feel the anger growing in her arms and back. She actually was trying to calm her nerves, but unless this stranger had some kind of real plan, she wasn't sure if she'd be able to control herself for much longer. "We can just push them out the window. I mean, they obviously aren't very smart. We don't really care what happens to them, right? I mean, their well-being is probably going to be second to our own in priority. We let one in, take it quickly with the sheet and toss it out. Rinse and repeat after that. I feel like that's a solid plan." Everyone, including Tony, stared at her, not quite sure how to respond to her idea. "So we just let them in and then just kind of keep doing that? Is that about right?" She nodded slowly, waiting to see anyone show any type of enthusiasm for the situation at hand. Tony said, "Babe, I don't know if that's the safest idea. I mean, it's a wonderful idea." "Do not patronize me, damn it. Someone else have another idea? Maybe we could feed them ramen noodles or throw water and Gatorade bottles at them. I'm sure that would be successful, right?" Tony's head was pounding, and he was trying to do what he could to hold it in a way that didn't feel like someone was drilling from the inside out. He looked at his bed frame. The school must have gotten a hell of a deal on them when they bought these.
I think maybe we should focus, Lucille stated. I never stopped thinking, Lucille. I wanted to say that we could use them to our advantage.
You planning on taking a nap?
Joshua asked. I only wish I could go back to sleep. No, look at the frame. They are solid. We can leave mine intact and then push it out in front of us. How do we keep them from trying to bite our hands or knocking us over? Brett asked, being one of the first to actually look like he was interested in the answer and be free of sarcasm. We take my roommate's bed apart. Those tubes on the frame are over 6 feet tall. We can have someone with the 2 poles walking with us and pushing at anything coming with mouth open. What do we do once we get to the lobby or the courtyard? Holly asked. I have no idea, but being on the ground floor instead of the 3rd seems like it would be a good idea, don't you think? Tony responded. Ralph was going to say something, but stopped himself. This guy had an idea. It seemed legit, and there wasn't much that could happen if they couldn't reach them. If he picked right, maybe he could be one of those not holding the bed or frames to keep the distance where it should be. Not having to worry about being responsible for anyone's safety did little to hurt his feelings. I think that's the best idea that we've heard yet. At least we can get some forward momentum going that way. We only have a few doors to get past before we make it over to the stairs. No one seemed too upset about the idea, the more that they thought about it and pondered the options at hand. Tony wasn't the type who waited for others if he didn't have to. He sure as hell could disassemble a metal bed frame without any help. He got his roommate's mattress off and tried not to laugh when he saw the pile of magazines that had been underneath. Mostly the fact that he had them and didn't just use the internet. He flipped the box spring up with it and out of the way. He slid the frame apart and pulled the front and back off so he could just have the rails. The rest were still looking at him like he had some other answer, but he really didn't. His plan had been given, and what he was going to do was exactly that. If they were going to be on board, they would need to get their shit together. Just as Tony was going to say something, Holly stepped up almost at the same time as Lucille did. Holly pointed to the frame, and Lucille nodded. The 2 of them lifted it up and got a good grip. Tony watched them for a second, and went to his dresser and threw each of them a couple towels.
What the hell are these for?
You don't want to get bit. You get bit, you die and become one of those things, I think. You probably don't want to take a chance, do you? Holly started wrapping it around her forearm and hand until it was pretty well covered, or the best that she was able to. When the 2 were done, they each had an arm to protect themselves when they had to deal with those things. Tony held a rail in each of his hands. He looked to the other boys, and Joshua immediately said,
I have a really bad wrist. I don't think I'm the one for it.
Brett coughed.
You're full of shit. Since when do you have a bad wrist? I just don't want to give you guys the chance of getting hurt. What happens if it gives out?
Ralph walked forward, elbowing Joshua in the side, a little harder than necessary, and took the rail from Tony. Brett said, Is there anything I can do? I don't want to just be in the back, waiting for those things and hoping. I'd rather do something to try and help out. What can I do? Tony looked at his closet. His roommate was on a roller hockey league, and Tony grabbed a hockey stick. He put it down on the ground and snapped the puck end off of it, leaving only a jagged edge. Brett accepted it, not quite sure what to do with it. Thanks? Poke those things in the eyes with it if you need to, or anything. Just do your best to keep them away from us. Ralph and I are going to be doing the same. Joshua said, So what can I do to help? Lucille was amped up and ready to roll. She snapped, Nothing. You be the little bitch that walks behind everyone. My wrist is a serious medical issue. I've had to go to the doctor more than one time because of this. Ralph snickered. Maybe you need to use lube next time, douchebag. Joshua was ready to retort, but Holly yelled, For the love of Christ, can we please just do something like move forward? We need to get out of here.
The longer we sit and talk, the more problems we are going to have to deal with. Do you not agree?"
Brett was still pushing against the door and holding his jagged hockey stick in his other hand. The door kept being pushed, and the strike plate holding it shut was beginning to give way.
"I don't care what we do, but let's do it now, because we are fucked if not,"
Tony said. "Everyone, get to the side of the door. Brett, you open it and let whatever is out there in."
"Then what? That's a horrible idea,"
Brett said, not really having a reason why or how it was a bad idea, other than the obvious fact that it was not a good thing to have zombies in the room with them, as previously proven. "We let them in, we leave, we close the door. We don't need to deal with those." Lucille said,
"Solid plan. Brett, open the door on 3. Wait, is everyone ready?"
Everyone but Ralph nodded or gave a thumbs up. Lucille and Holly held tight to the sides of the frame. Tony and Ralph slowly slid the rails through, giving them each the space they needed, while keeping the rails low so that they could navigate the halls.
"Okay, I think we are good."
Brett watched her mouth. 3, 2, 1. On 1, he opened the handle and it burst open. 3 of the dead immediately rushed through the open door. Brett ran, trying to keep out of reach. The plan went to hell in a handbag pretty quick, or at least for Brett. He tried to round the corner of the bed frame, but he tripped over a sneaker. Holly and Lucille didn't wait for a millisecond. They rushed forward, pushing the zombies up against the side of the dorm room. Jobless Joshua had no job, so he checked the doorway. He poked his head out for less than a second before he realized just what kind of a mistake that was. Joshua looked left, but when he looked right, a hand took him by his hair. It pulled him out of the doorway and off balance backward. He tried to hold on to the doorframe, but he couldn't help himself and let go when a mouth wrapped around his Adam's apple and bit down. He tried to yell, but blood was the only thing filling his mouth. He tried to pull away, but the teeth didn't let go until they had bitten through his Adam's apple, as well as all the skin around it. Brett scurried to his feet, holding his hockey stick spear, and ran to the doorway. He saw a red-headed woman with purple skin bent over Joshua's neck and tearing away at the skin and flesh. When the woman came up and saw Brett standing there, feeling less confident by the second about his stick, she threw Joshua to the floor. He clutched at his neck and did little to stop the bleeding. The woman raced towards the group, who all had their backs to her. He rushed forward, meeting her halfway with the stick in both hands, and connected with her neck, sending her backward. She didn't do anything like a normal human would have, like attempt to reach out and grab something. The only thing she reached for was Brett's head. Brett stopped walking forward when she went back against the wall. A second later, she crashed into it, cracking the drywall from her force. She didn't so much as flinch before she began racing back at Brett. He looked at his weapon, not of choice, and realized he had no clue what he was doing. The jagged edge of what was possibly a Walmart hockey stick stared back at him. He wished that there was something else he could do, because he felt like an idiot. Though he had been in college for 2 years full of academics, it dawned on him that in real-world situations out of an office, out of a classroom, he was just as stupid as everyone else. The woman ran for him, jumping mid-air, and Brett tried to do anything he could. He walked forward, putting the blunt end of the stick against the floor. She screamed as she approached. Brett forced himself to do the hardest thing he may have ever had to do in his life, keeping his eyes open as a purple-skinned zombie, covered in blood and gore, raced towards him, flying through the air. He adjusted at the last moment, as she was coming closer and within inches of him. The sharp end of the stick buried itself in through her eye socket. The only thing that stopped it was when the stick had gone through her eye and brain and was stopped by her skull. Brett jumped a foot back, slamming into the doorframe. because when she couldn't go any further back, her neck bent back and her mouth naturally fell open, exposing bloody, broken, mangled teeth with bits of hair and gore stuck in them. When she didn't move again, he tried to, as respectfully to the dead as possible, pull the stick out of her head. The business end was stuck on something deep inside of her skull, and he hoped God wouldn't judge him too much when he placed the heel of his shoe on her shoulder and pulled as hard as he could. The woman slumped to the side, falling over and landing on the floor. He felt a sense of pride rush through him. He might not have saved Joshua, but he did save everyone else. Not that they would know. At the moment, Ralph and Tony were both fighting to keep the new occupants in the room at bay. They were trying to reach around, but the two boys kept using the rails to keep them from squeezing around the bed frame. The sight was not pretty, as they were not worried about their appearance, and they were pushing up against the metal wire that was the shoddy support structure for the bed. The bars on the underside of the bed pushed into their skin, ripping it away as they fought to try and get at their meals. Brett looked down the currently empty hall and figured there was probably no better time than now to get everyone in the hall. Brett yelled, "Hey guys, all clear right now!" Being in the hall, if there wasn't anyone trying to kill them, sounded a hell of a lot better than being inside the dorm room. Tony did one last look around, but there wasn't anything in here that he couldn't live without. He figured this may be the last day of his collegiate career. The group backed up slowly towards the door. A fact none of them had thought very clearly about was that their zombie fence wasn't going to fit through the door, though it was definitely what was keeping the dead away from them in the room. Brett yelled again, "Did you guys not want to leave anymore?" Holly gave him a look, definitely void of love. Tony said, "Hey, we aren't going to be able to do this. The plan is going to shit right out of the gate. We throw the bed, shut the door, and get the fuck down the hallway. We can keep these rails, though." The group only seemed to negotiate with this idea being good or bad for a few seconds. It didn't fit. There wasn't any time to rehash the plan, given that there now were zombies on the inside of the dorm. There sure as hell were zombies on the outside as well. Lucille and Holly pushed forward as the boys pushed the dead back. They retreated from the dorm room, and Brett was standing there already waiting for Ralph, who was the last one out, to slam the door shut. Ralph practically dived, watching behind him to see as the dead students inside pushed the bed's frame off of them and raced for the door, feverish with rage. Brett almost felt guilty as he shut the door at the last second. The dead smashed into it, making the door shake, but it held steady and it didn't crack. A student came racing around the corner. The heavy sound of footsteps raced towards them. They didn't slow down when the sound rounded the corner, and a terrified student who they happily saw wasn't purple rushed towards them. She didn't slow down. She didn't want help. The harsh realization that there was no help, none that a fellow student could offer, was a strong message by her not stopping for anything. She squeezed past, running to the end of the hallway and turning. A second later, her screams came back again, this time louder, not fearful, but filled with pain. Tony was going to say they needed to keep moving, but when a mob of the dead rounded the corner, it kind of began to feel like it wasn't necessary. They rushed towards the staircase, not slowing down as they hit the door open bar. The dead were coming from both directions of the hallway. Tony waited by the top of the steps, trying to force it shut, but it had something to keep it from shutting quickly. He could have put an elephant's force behind it and it still wouldn't have moved. 3 of the dead squeezed through the door. Tony put the rail up next to the door handle, trying to keep any more of them from forcing their way through. The dead headed straight for the larger numbers of the group, bypassing Tony. Ralph and Brett tried to keep them at bay, but it wasn't possible with their numbers paired with the rail and makeshift hockey spear. Tony forced his weight against the door, and as hands made their way through the door, he used the rail to push up and force them back out of it. Holly and Lucille both stood with Ralph and Brett in the way. Holly watched Tony, trying to see what he was going to do. When the door finally clicked shut, he rushed towards the three dead. Tony picked the smallest of them, picking it up by the legs, lifting with his knees and dropping it over the side of the railing. The floors it had to fall to make it to the ground were enough to smash its head open. The student had hit every piece of concrete and railing that it could until its head imploded when it crashed into the floor below. There were only two left at this point. As minimal as it was, the other two boys felt a tinge of hope. It was now 3 on 2, if you were counting only the people who had weapons. Brett brought his spear back, and when he tried to drive it home, he missed. The student leapt up into the air. Brett hunched down, thinking he was the one it was going after. He looked up, fear filling his every thought as it soared over him. Lucille tried to move out of the way, but she would have had to fall back down the stairs to do so. She pulled Holly over into the path of the dead coming towards her, trying to use her as a shield. Holly ducked a foot, elbowing Lucille in the gut, and before she could bend over in pain, the dead connected with her, sending itself and Lucille tumbling down the stone stairwell. Holly was going to yell, "Bitch!" but it didn't seem nearly as important when she saw the aftermath of the situation. Lucille clenched her teeth as she hit the steps. Her vision spun, and she watched the lights come and go as she rolled down the steps. Each new time she rolled, it felt like another thing was bruised or broken. She felt nails digging into her arms and sides as she tumbled down the stairs. When the spinning finally stopped, she tried to tell herself a million things. To get up, to move, to fight, to survive, to live for God's sake. But nothing, and I do mean nothing, was happening. She watched through tear-filled eyes as her vision began to focus. It made little sense to her, because everyone was upside down. Holly was screaming to her, "Are you okay? I don't know what happened. How am I seeing you upside down?" Holly noticed that there was a bulge coming out of the side of her neck, and she feared there was a very strong possibility that it was her neck. The purple zombie who had been laying there, lifeless, now began to move. Holly wondered if it was even possible that they could be knocked out, but it began to move and noticed Lucille. She was stuck with her feet up against the wall, and her neck craned backwards at such a position that she was seeing everything upside down. When she tried to move and her body told her no, that it would do no such thing, that was when she realized it was going to be a shit show from there on. The zombie pulled itself over to her. She'd broken her neck, but it had broken its lower vertebrae and could only crawl towards her. When Holly noticed that she might have the chance to get there in time and attempt to save her, she tried to rush down the stairs. The zombie took her by the hair, pulling Lucille over to its open, waiting mouth. Holly felt like she was running through quicksand as she tried to get down the steps. Every visual that she could see was one that was like a single-frame image capturing itself inside of her. And if they survived this thing, she'd wished that it would be able to be erased from her memory. It pulled her over as far as it could and craned its neck until it was able to grip onto her cheek and pull her a few inches closer. Lucille was terrified, limp, and unable to move. It was a slow-motion nightmare. She could feel the concrete scraping the back of her head as she was being dragged closer to it. She screamed as loud as she could, and it put its mouth to her own, clenching down on her. Her lips and jaw were separated by her cheek, and it brought its head back up, slowly ripping and pulling like a wolf trying to get a piece of a kill before the others could take it away from it. Holly screamed, "We need to do something! We need to do something! Brett and Ralph were more than a little bit preoccupied at the moment. There was still one zombie, and their shitty makeshift weapons did little to help anything. No one turned to help Holly except Tony, who was already looking that way. She was in no more imminent danger than any of them at the moment, and as much as she wanted to help Lucille, she was already dead. He cringed as he saw her cheek skin rip free. It looked like a bloody ravioli in its mouth as it tilted its head backwards and devoured the piece of cheek. She was screaming frantically, and it was echoing through the stairwells. The zombie bent down, biting her nose off next. It was going to go after her throat when it looked over, seeing a smooth tummy, barely wrinkled by being up against the wall. Lucille tried to shake her head no, but there was no point in attempting to move. It ripped the cotton shirt out of its way and buried a blood-covered mouth around her abdomen. Its teeth weren't as strong as they needed to be to break through the many layers there were in its way. As it was able to tear a gash in her abdomen, it sucked at a wound, salivating on the blood. Lucille had a perfect crooked view to watch it drinking her blood, lapping it up like a dog. When the blood slowed, there was a hole that it saw, and like a curious child, pushed in pride until it was inside of her up to its wrist. She wished for death now, one that would not be followed by coming back as one of the dead. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as it pulled her intestines and stomach out from the hole before diving into it face first, covering itself in her innards. Holly leaned over the side of the railing and began puking and crying all in the same breath. She could not think of something more horrific than seeing this. Lucille began to twitch on the ground, shaking violently, and Holly thought that there would be no chance in hell that she was still alive. There was no way it was possible. Even with God looking after her, it would be a difficult thing to do. She leaned against the railing and could feel and see the puke stuck to her hair that she'd not had time to brush behind her. The only thing that made it look not as bad was that she had little to puke out, and her hair was dark. Tony felt bad for her, but wanted to do something to get rid of this one immediately. Ralph and Brett were keeping it a few feet away from them, just barely. Ralph said, "We need to hurry up." The sound of footsteps racing down the stairs was not hard to hear. There were more floors, and they hadn't thought about the fact that even more dead could be up them. "You three, step to the side, now!" They did as ordered, and he dropped the rail as he ran for it. The zombie thought that the meal was coming his way, and at the last moment, Tony took a leap of faith, quite literally, and jumped up into the air, bringing both legs up as high as he could before kicking them out and into its chest. It flew back 3 feet, reaching out to try and grab Ralph and Brett, who had been trying their absolute best to melt into the wall. It missed them and flipped head over heels down the staircase. When it got to the bottom, it crashed into Lucille, and the student-feasting zombie came straight back to its feet, stumbling and tripping into the stairs. It looked even more enraged than it had been a moment ago, if that was a possibility. Tony was already starting to walk down towards it when something came flying past him like a brick being dropped out of a window. Tony looked over the railing, watching feet bounce back and forth off the railings as it made its way down to the floor below. A rattling came again, and this time it sounded even faster, as a growl preceded it. Tony got back just in time before another and another came by. There was a growing sound of a herd's worth of footsteps coming down the stairway. Holly screamed, "We need to go! We need to go now! There isn't any time! Come on!" They went to run down and try to get past the two at the bottom of the steps. The dead both started to fill the space at the bottom of the steps. Tony looked over the side one last time, in between the falling bodies, and realized it wasn't just those coming down the steps that they needed to fear, but that there were just as many possibly coming up the steps as well. A light bulb went off in Tony's brain, and an evil grin spread across his face. The two boys who saw the immediate threat of the two dead coming up the steps again, followed by Lucille, who would be dragging a string of guts behind her, knew it wouldn't be long. Ralph said, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We can't go up. We can't go down." Brett said, "Yeah, we are fucked." Holly came running back up the steps. The idea of being trapped here forever was more than she could bear. She went past both boys and hugged Tony. He said, "I think I've got an idea." "I don't understand. What magical idea did you come up with? Did your hangover finally go away?" she questioned with no shortage of sarcasm. "It's going to be a little leap of faith. I mean, do you think you can trust me?" "Of course I'd trust you, Tony. I just don't want to get trapped here. It doesn't feel very safe on campus at the moment, and I don't want to stay here any longer than is physically necessary. The longer we are here, the closer we are to death. How strong is your idea?" "A solid 6.5, Tony said as he pulled Holly in close to him, put a quick, wet kiss on her lips, and squeezed her. "We are going to make it through this. You and I are going to be just fine." Brett cleared his throat. What about us? I mean, what are we going to do?" "You can come with. I just don't know if you two are going to be able to handle it." "Handle what?" Brett snapped back. "The descent." "What descent? What are you talking about?" "Oh, don't worry. I have a horrible idea." Chapter 14. McKenzie had taken the first side street available to her. The current state of the main roads looked like a war zone. There were crashed cars, flipped cars, and burning cars. The only thing else needed to complete it would be a young boy standing with an AK-47 out in the middle of the street and smoking a cigarette. Instead of a boy, there were blood-soaked people racing around the streets everywhere, running up to the cars who were still attempting to move and growing insane with rage that they couldn't get the meals on the inside of the car. When they couldn't, they began smashing their faces on the glass. It was at that time that she'd punched the gas, turning the wheel hard, and raced down the street, swerving up and down off sidewalks. She turned her phone over, seeing she'd be to Emily in less than 2 minutes. She attempted to call her parents and sisters, but only her teenage sister answered. She said, "Oh, thank God, Angela. You are all right. Where are you, honey? Are you okay?" "Yeah, Dad's driving. We figured that no one was home, though." "Why wouldn't you think that anyone was home? I don't understand." "Your front window was shattered when we went by. We just figured you guys had gotten out of there and were driving home to Michael's parents or something." "I was at work. Marin and Michael were... Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to call home. I need to call Michael and Marin right now. Stay safe. I love you guys." She hit the end button, feeling warm tears begin to flow down her cheeks, until she realized she was sobbing uncontrollably. She had to come to a stop because her arms were shaking and she couldn't drive any longer, any further. She rolled to a stop and hit the picture of Michael holding Marin, unlocking her phone. Just talking to them a minute ago did very little to reassure her that they were okay. She felt like something had both hands around her heart, because the idea of losing both of hers was too much to handle. The phone answered, but no picture came across when it did. McKenzie yelled, because she felt like she needed to see it to believe it. "Hey, hello? Where are you? Michael? Are you there? Honey?" A barely audible voice came back as more of a whisper. "Yes, we are here, and we are fine. What's wrong? Did you not find Emily?" "My sister said they drove by and looked and saw the windows in the front had been broken in, and the dead were walking around everywhere. I thought for a moment that..." "You don't have to think about that.
New Peter got in from next door. He's already turned into one of those things. I took care of him, but the bad news is we are probably going to need a new television. I kind of smashed the one in the living room over New Peter's head. I assumed that New Peter was a zombie. Yeah, of course. A zombie apocalypse doesn't give me free rein on people. Although I could see it being a good idea to go to the Indian dealer and make sure that all those brand new motorcycles are safe and have a safe place to call home. There is nothing wrong with the one you have. Going to Des Moines is the last thing you want to do. I can assure you of this. She knew she was kidding, and she appreciated him trying to make a joke, when on the inside his anxiety was probably at an 11 out of 10. Are you going to be able to make it to Emily? I don't see why not. The side roads aren't great, but they are a lot better than attempting to go down 6th Avenue. That was a freaking train wreck. It was going to take a while to get home if all the roads are like this from Des Moines to Ankeny. Just take your time. I don't want to worry about you driving recklessly. Okay, Dad. Good Lord, Michael, you sound so old sometimes. I'm sorry that I care. You are a long way away, and today isn't ideal to take Marin somewhere. I'm sure you have figured that out. I was going to make a run to Mike's, but he boarded up his windows in the back, and there seems to be a growing number of the dead walking in front of his house. I don't know if he boarded it up either. I wouldn't think he'd lock Emily and Tony out if he's coming back out. So are you just planning on waiting for Emily and I to get home before we all try and go over at once? Or do you want to try and get over there if it clears off? If you want, we could jump in my SUV and then head over. I have no idea. I'll just keep watching. If I see a path where we can get over there with nothing to fear, then we will. Otherwise, I think we can leave when you get here. I am sure that Emily is going to want to see the kids and Mike. Just be careful, all right? I'm not going to let anything happen to the three of us. I'll hold you to that, Michael Peterson. Don't break my heart, honey. Take a second and collect yourself. Get Emily. We are okay. We aren't in any danger right now. You mean other than having to constantly worry about those infected people breaking into the house and coming after you three? I can't imagine what I would do. So keep her safe. Done. Go get Em and get your butt home, please. I love you. I love you guys. McKenzie looked at Marin's sweet face one more time before she hit the end button. She hit the GPS locator for Emily and began driving slowly through the neighborhood. Thankful that it was still working, she questioned how long it would be until things stopped working. A list of things rushed through her head, daily amenities that people, herself included, took for granted each and every single minute of the day. She had the GPS on an updating loop so she could drive. The phone showed 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet, and finally got up to where it said you have reached your destination. McKenzie looked around, attempting to find her. She was within a few feet of her, and all she could see was a redneck truck and a shattered house window that appeared to be empty. McKenzie hovered her finger over the picture of Emily on her speed dial contacts and refrained. She realized if Emily was hiding, she very well might be invoking a death sentence on her if she had her phone on loud. McKenzie went to put the car in reverse, wondering if Emily had lost her phone, and that was why she couldn't see her. She'd driven to a path off of the one which she needed to be on so that she could see her own child and husband, and now she had failed and could see her neighbors' broken hearts strewn across their faces. She put her head down on the steering wheel, trying to figure out what to do next. She wondered if maybe Emily might be inside of the house in front of her. It could be possible. She could have left the phone, right? No, she wouldn't leave the phone. It was the one thing that she had which she could use to get a hold of the world, a hold of anyone, to get the news. There was no way at all she would have done that. The wind blew, and the house, which she thought she might be in quickly, answered that, if she was in the home,
she was dead, because there had to have been at least 30 zombies walking around on the inside of what was more than likely the living room. McKenzie thought about it and thought hard. She felt defeated until something hit her windshield. She jumped a foot, or tried to, had her seatbelt not kept her in place. A loud ping came a second time. She leaned forward, not jumping, and looked at the windshield. George Washington and Honest Abe were staring back at her. A dime came next, and she finally put the car in park and crawled over to the side of the passenger seat, looking up. Emily was peering over the edge of the truck's topper. The two of their eyes met, and she felt so good and happy that she was alive, that coming here hadn't been a bad idea after all, or at least it was still left to be seen if it was a bad idea. She started to roll down the window and stopped when she looked across the short distance to the house and saw 4 of the dead looking back at her. A moment of calm, wondering if they were going to come for her, was very quickly answered when they stumbled forward and out of the house, falling into some smashed bushes. McKenzie yelled, "Emily, get down and in here!" Emily looked around, wanting to run down to her. The dead, quickly and without a lick of grace to it, fell out of the windows. They wasted no time getting back to their feet and rushing the hood of the SUV. Emily wasn't quite sure what in the hell she was going to do. Her answer, which she was not overly fond of, was given to her by the slow-moving sunroof. Emily thought about the distance and felt that McKenzie was probably grossly overestimating what she was capable of. Emily said, "I can't do that. What are you doing? I can try and get closer, but they'll start climbing the truck in another minute, and then you aren't going to be able to get in either. Please just get a running start. You'll make it. I know it." Emily didn't know what to say, but she did know that if she stayed here, eventually the window of her getting out was slowly going to close. Once they made it onto her truck, she was going to have serious issues. Emily wanted to retort with something, but it seemed futile at this point. She got to the edge of the truck topper and got a 4-step run-in, thinking of her kids with each and every one of them. When she got to the edge of it, her forward momentum was enough for her to commit to her choice, because if she tried to stop, she would crash down on the ground and have a few dozen zombies or more to deal with. She leapt into the air and very quickly realized an unforeseen problem that she had not anticipated, mostly because in a million years she didn't think she'd ever be jumping cars to survive in a zombie outbreak apocalypse or whatever the hell it would be called. When Emily saw that she was clearing the space, she actually was pretty impressed with herself. She landed on the edge of the topper and realized there was nothing to stop her. She had fresh air in front of her and nothing else in her path. Emily dropped as she hit, grabbing onto the bike rack on the top of the truck and holding on tight. Her momentum still continued to go forward. Her legs kept going, but her hands held firm and strong. She put her feet on the edge of the door and pushed herself back up. When she was good to go, she slammed 3 times on the top of the SUV. McKenzie yelled, "Are you okay? I can't see you. I don't know what the fuck that means." Emily knew that the stress of the morning and day was definitely getting to McKenzie. Not that she could talk. She'd be having nightmares forever about this. PTSD wasn't something she thought, not serving in the military, she'd have to worry about. That was until she had people trying to eat her for the last few hours of the day. Emily yelled, "Go! Go now! Go!" She hit the gas, sending Emily forward and almost off the front of the SUV. She put a hand on the sunroof, holding tight, and felt her fingers giving way as she stopped. Emily screamed as she thought of what was happening. The dead rushed after the car, slamming into the hood. Emily used her feet to try and push herself back up. The redneck from earlier, who somehow was not completely eaten, grabbed Emily by the ankle and pulled her towards his mouth. Emily felt herself sliding down the roof and closer to the hood as more hands gripped onto her foot. McKenzie cried out, "Kick them! Kick them! Please kick them!" Emily brought her only free leg up and brought it back hard enough that she could feel the man's jaw give way from the kick's force. She realized they probably couldn't feel pain, because anyone who could take a kick like that with not so much as a grunt couldn't have felt it. It did not make him want to try any less to eat her, though. She squinted, her eyes waiting for the bite. She felt his warm tongue, a mixture of blood and saliva drooling and coating her bare ankle. Emily couldn't handle that and began crying. She waited for that pain, one she could only imagine. Emily, after a 2 count, finally looked back behind her. It was doing the motion, but looked like an old man with a limp dick trying to hump a wife. There wasn't anything that could be done. He had the tools needed to do the job. However, they could not work, which in this case, as his mouth hung open, McKenzie and Emily locked eyes at the same time, seeming to get the hint all at once. McKenzie hit the horn and screamed, "Get in the car!" Emily didn't waste needed time with an answer. She crawled up into the sunroof and fell down, trying her best not to impale her head on the gear shifter. As she came down, she felt the rapid acceleration taking place. McKenzie took the SUV back down into the street. When the Toyota hit the curb, Emily's arms buckled, and she collapsed into the passenger seat, which she was thinking she'd gracefully lower herself, arms first, into. "Shit up a tree!" Emily yelled as she fell down into the seat and console. McKenzie was mouthing "shit up a tree" to herself and realized asking and finding out what it meant probably wasn't nearly as important as getting the two of them out of the city and back to Ankeny, where they'd be safe, or at the very least, where they could be home. At home, they'd have some time to make plans and figure out what everyone else was going to be doing. The idea of being stuck at the hospital with all of those things running around was not appealing. However, being stuck in the city was not any better. Emily crawled forward, ending up in the rear seat. She turned around, yelling when she saw herself in the mirror. Her hair was going in a slew of different directions. McKenzie swerved, looking around, trying to see what was going on and why she was screaming. "What's wrong? What happened?" Emily kind of ran her hands in front of her face, motioning that was why she was screaming. "You see me, right?" "Emily Evans, I see women giving birth multiple times a day. I can assure you, I have seen you better for sure, but I 100% have seen worse in the hospital, hands down." Emily still did the best she could with her fingers to try and get the hair all going in one direction. She did a very ugly job of crawling up to the front seat, where she immediately leaned over, giving McKenzie a bone-crushing hug. Emily rested her head on her shoulder, trying not to lose her shit. She felt like she'd done a pretty good job, up until the realization she might get home and she might live through the day all struck her at once. "Thank you for coming to get me. I didn't know what I was going to do. I mean it. I didn't have a car anymore. I didn't know anyone to call who was close. Mike is barely alive at this point, he's been so sick. I don't know if he could drive if he had to right now. I'm just thankful someone was home to try and get all of the kids inside the house. I just can't imagine a world where any of the kids got hurt. Do you know what I mean?" McKenzie was white-knuckling the steering wheel as she whispered, "I have no idea how to get home. Like, I know what way we need to go to get back to town, but I don't understand how we are going to get there." Emily was going to tell her it was all right, but she could see that each time she was turning, she was finding a road with crashed and overturned cars. There was no one outside, and everyone who was alive was currently hiding in their homes. By the looks of many houses with doors left open, they had made a run for it, not worrying about what they left behind. Emily said, "Everything is going to be all right." How? I mean, great if it is, but I can't get back to the main road. It is getting scarier by the second. I want to call Michael, but I know he's already worried sick. He seemed okay when I spoke to him. I'm pretty sure he's freaking out, but he's keeping it cool in front of Marin. Well, let's get home. We will figure it out. If we need to get a different road, then we will do so. Everything is going to be great. I mean, it has to be, because I'm not letting those damn things eat me or you. It'll be great. We just need to take our time and do it smart. We are smart, right? Sure. We were totally prepared for a zombie apocalypse, right? I mean, sorry. I'm trying to talk myself into it. I might not be doing that great of a job. I do have wine at home, and I feel like we deserve a glass or two when we do eventually make it back to Ankeny. Agreed. Right after we see our babies. Fantastic. The two drove slowly down the block, looking for some sort of an outlet to freedom, or at least roads that would take them north, which was about the only direction in which they had any interest in traveling. The beginning. This concludes Zombies on the Block by Mike Evans, narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2019 by Mike Evans. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mike Evans and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.